is the Disruption Network Club from Berlin. I am Tatiana Bazzichelli, the director of the lab, together with
Lieke Ploeger, and I'm the community director of the Disruption Network Lab.
And we are really happy to, first of all, welcome our speakers that are following us from Tbilisi in Georgia. And I want also to thank our team that has been working with us really closely to produce this conference. I want to mention them briefly. Elena Velianowska and Nada Baker for the production, Jonas Franki, the designer, Alanna Travers for the communication, and Claudia Trapp for the press. So this is our special conference because we have been working for 1 year to make it possible, and I really want to thank deeply Maya Talakhadze from the Regional Democratic Hub in Caucasus that is following us from Georgia and Tbilisi today because we have been working together to produce this conference, and has been a great cooperation. So I'm very happy to welcome her in Tbilisi, and also all the speakers that are following us and all the audience that is online. And I have to say also we are in a very special situation here because we are during a lockdown. So we are live from the Kunstquartier Bethanien in Berlin, but of course we don't have audience. So welcome to the audience as well, and I want to remind all of them that they could follow us today for free through our streaming, and also they have the possibility to interact with our speakers on our online chat. So please remember that if you want, you can ask the questions to the speakers when there will be the moment, and we can read the questions to them. So this is our 22nd conference of the Disruption Network Lab. We are an organization that is working in Berlin on the topic of social justice, whistleblowing, and also investigative journalism. And we have been also working with Transparency International as cooperation partner. So I also really want to thank Transparency International because this is already the second year of a great cooperation with them. And the topic of this conference is hate news versus free speech, polarization and pluralism in Georgian media. As I say, this was part of a program exchange that we had between Germany and Georgia. And the focus of this conference is to invite journalists, activists, media experts from Georgia and Germany to discuss on the topic of misinformation, hate speech, and also social network manipulation. And we all want together discuss also on media pluralism and how we can strengthen freedom of speech. Now I would like to pass the word to Maya that is going to introduce our organization. So thank you for being with us, Maya. I just pass the word to you.
Many thanks, dear Lieke and Tatiana. It is unmuted.
Welcome, Maya.
Welcome. Thank you so much. Thank you, Lieke and Tatiana, and hello all from Tbilisi, Georgia. Before telling you about the project and its phases undertaken so far, I'm going to tell you a bit about our organization. Regional Democratic Hub Caucasus is a women-led organization, and that was established almost 2 years ago with diverse interests and values. Despite the fact that the organization itself does not have a long experience of operation, it unites people with different backgrounds, interests, and experience that help us to be successful in a couple of projects we are undertaking today and that we plan to do in future. For that reason, that the organization itself does not have a big experience, I would like to thank those people and organizations who were engaged in this particular project. Thanks for the trust you expressed to us. Thanks to Disruption Network Lab, especially brilliant women, Lieke and Tatiana, our donor, German Federal Foreign Office, Auswärtiges Amt, our honorable speakers and participants who were engaged in our training sessions in September and October this year. Now let me tell you a bit about the project itself, and I will do my best to be as short as possible. It's extremely interesting presentation are on its way. The main aim of the project is to strengthen pluralism and to reduce polarization in Georgia media environment. And a strong and independent media always stands on the strong and independent journalists. We set the specific objective to strengthen the journalists. Within the project in the first phase, in December and October this year, we conducted 2 trainings here in Georgia. We worked with so-called acting journalists of traditional and non-traditional medias and bloggers, as well as students from media schools. And special focus was on regional medias. The announcement of the training caused a high interest from journalists and from students, and we received up to 120 applications for 30 places. During the training sessions, several significant topics were discussed. Among them were digital and media literacy, media ethics, hate news and hate speech, legal regulation of media environment, computational propaganda, identifying fake news, trolls and bots, etc. Both of the events were assessed by 100% of the participants as positive and fruitful. The third event as such was planned a conference and a workshop in Berlin as a real exchange between German and Georgian peers, but unfortunately because of COVID-19, the conference and following workshop is conducted online and they hopefully will participate from Georgia. The participants. However, I do hope that German and Georgian peers are now watching and they can freely ask any questions they might have on the topic. Now I will try not to continue too long, and I would just add that all the information about the project, trainings and events are on the webpage of Disruption Network Lab, as well as on the both of the organization Facebook pages. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Maya. Also for us was a very important cooperation, and we are also looking forward to go on with the projects together, because of course we have planned for the future too. And as Maya said, it's possible also to read all the information about this program on our webpage, that is disruptionlab.org. That is also the page you can access to then comments on our chat. But now I will leave the word to Lieke, that will also introduce the second part of the program that will happen tomorrow, and also thanks our funders.
Thank you, Tatiana, and also thank you, Maya. So great also to see you with us for this introduction, and it has been great to work together this year. So yeah, we do, after the conference of today, we do a final event tomorrow, which is a workshop called Anatomy of a Conspiracy Theory. And we're very excited in this workshop to bring together both the participants from Georgia, so people that were in the previous training events, and also participants from Berlin and also from other countries, since now we're doing the event online. So together with researcher and trainer Alistair Alexander, we will research and dissect several conspiracy theories from all around the world to understand what makes them work and also why they spread so fast. And of course, we'll also consider strategies for diminishing their power and encouraging fact-based narratives to challenge them. So you can also read more about this workshop on our website, and I think we have 1 or 2 spots still left for Berlin-based or other people. And then, yeah, a big thanks also to the funders of our project. So, as Maya already mentioned, we received support from the German Federal Foreign Office, the Auswärtiges Amt, as part of the expanding cooperation with civil society in the Eastern Partnership countries and Russia, for which we're very thankful. And of course, we're very happy to have as a project partner the regional democratic hub Caucasus. We also worked in collaboration with Transparency International, and we also very much want to thank them also as part of our already longer running cooperation. And we want to thank our partner venues, the Kunstraum Kreuzberg Betania, where we're recording from today, and State Studio, where we'll be live streaming the workshop from tomorrow. And finally, also thanks to our media partners, Taz, die Tageszeitung, Ex-Berliner Magazine, Il Mitte, and Furtherfield.
Thank you, Lieke. Also, I would like to add to the thanks the organization We Change that is in Berlin, because it's also thanks to them that we got to know Maya and her organization when we were together at the conference in 2019. So we are now entering into the specific of the conference today. We have 3 panels coming. The first, we will have it right now, is about an overview of the situation of polarization and media ethics in Georgia. Then the second panel that will happen at 2:15 is misinformation on social media during elections. Of course, I speak about 2:15 in Berlin, but it's 3 hours after in Georgia. And then the third panel will be for the Berlin time at 4:30. And the title is Hate Speech and Human Rights. So we start now with the first panel, and I will leave the word to Maya that will introduce the topics and the other speakers that I really want to thank a lot for being with us today. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Do you hear me? Sorry. Do you hear me? Yeah, okay. Okay, many thanks. So thanks one more time for the introduction. And now let me start the first panel, overview on the polarization and media ethics in Georgian media. For a brief introduction, similar to other former Soviet Union, former post-Soviet Union countries, the political environment in Georgia has been polarized since its independence. The political polarization has resulted in polarized media, and this is in turn is reflected in polarized society. To some extent, the increased access to different media outlets and the popularization of social media have brought about a more pluralistic pluralistic media environment, but after some period of time, Georgian society now faces the challenge of a polarization of pluralism in media. In this antagonist media environment, there are frequent media ethic violations. Subjects and articles that include hate speech and violation of media ethics are very popular, and media outlets that neglect ethics are more top-rated compared to balanced and ethical ones. How polarized is media environment in Georgia? What role does the social media has in it? How ethical media outlets do we have? On the very first panel, experts from Georgia will overview the situation of polarization and media ethics in Georgia. Now let me introduce our honorable speakers. Tamar Kintsurashvili is an executive director of Media Development Foundation, MDF, since 2017. Prior, she served as a chairperson of the MDF's board. Tamar is an author and co-author of numerous researches and publications on hate speech, disinformation, and media literacy. She is an editor-in-chief of MeetDetector.g, also third-party partner of Facebook's fact-checking program. And Tamar is also a member of Deutsche Welle Academy Media and Information Literacy Experts Network and associate professor at Ilia State University. And our next speaker is Nata Dzvelishvili. She is an executive director of Indigo Publication and the former executive director at Georgian Charter of Journalistic Ethics. So this is self-regulatory body of media in Georgia. She works and carries out research on media self-regulation systems, media ethics, data verification, media literacy, digital switchover, Russian propaganda and misinformation. And Nata Dzvelishvili was a manager of the media critic platform MediaChecker.g. From 2012, she was involved in various media monitoring projects, and since 2015, she became the lead researcher of such studies. Nata Dzvelishvili is an editor of guidelines for journalists on ethical reporting, manual for journalists reporting on violent extremism, and moreover, she is a co-author of a manual on media literacy. Nata is an invited lecturer of the journalism program at various universities. And last but not least, Ilia, she is project assistant at the International Society for Fair Elections and Democracy, ISFED. And Nini is engaged in monitoring social media since 2018 at ISFED. During presidency election 2018, she was researching on the official electoral campaign on Facebook, political activities of different actors, and ultralight narratives on social media. Nini participated in the creation of the platform disinfoobserver.g that covers suspicious propaganda on Facebook and is currently working on the development. She obtained a certificate in social media monitoring from the European Platform for Democratic Elections. The first panel will be moderated by myself, and before giving the floor to Tamar Kintsurashvili, I will state the rules of the panel. There will be about 20 minutes of presentation from each speakers, and after that we will have discussion, and any participants, any people who are watching us can pose a question via the chat on Disruption Network Lab live stream, and please feel free to pose any question you are interested in this topic. Many thanks one more time. Sorry for a long introduction, and floor is yours. Tamar.
Thank you, Maya, for introduction. Welcome, everyone. Thank you, organizers, bringing us together to discuss this important topic for Georgia. Georgia has the most pluralistic and free media environment in South Caucasus region. However, it still remains among partly free country according to Freedom House and Reporters Without Border assessment, due to government's effort to impose and to restrict freedom of expression. The first two slides of my presentation, if it's possible to show, indicates the show assessments by Reporters Without Border and Freedom House. Both of them indicates that Georgia has pluralistic media environment. However, it is not yet independent and frequently biased. The next slide on EU Association Implementation Report also indicates a problem of polarization of Georgian media and changes of ownership of opposition-affiliated media outlets, which impacted overall media environment in Georgia. European Union also highlights the problem when government launched investigation, prosecutor office launched investigation against media outlets critical to government. These cases are not directly linked to the content production, but raises a suspicion about motivation of the prosecutor office, which also contribute to polarization of media environment. Key challenges peculiar to Georgian media landscape are related not only domestic development, but hostile country information influence operation. The major drivers of Georgian media environment are competing political interests ensuring pluralism on the one hand and shaping overall media environment, which results in instrumentalization of media and concentration of ownership of TV channel in the hand of ruling party. However, pressure on the media outlets opposition-affiliated media outlets, and changes in ownership of the Rustavi 2 channel resulted in emergence of two new opposition-affiliated media outlets, TV channels. Though media market itself is not self-sufficient, and we have limited resources, and lack of transparency of financing, especially in online media, poses a serious problem. Unequal distribution resources as well. As a result of these factors, media outlets are not accountable to the public, but they are accountable to their owners, and they are a part of political agenda. Of course, we have neutral media outlets, especially in online media, but their impact on overall environment is limited compared with big TV channels, and TV remains as a major source of information in Georgia. Media accountability and self-regulation also is weak, and I think Nata will elaborate on this more. And I will talk also about information influence activities of hostile countries with intention to harm and divide society based on ethnicity, religious belief, or gender identity, and undermine democratic institutions. And we are talking about overall media environment. These factors should be also taken into account. Unlike media outlets, which are more or less regulated, and broadcast media has obligation to report their financial sources, media outlets of hostile country are hiding their sources of funding. They are totally untransparent. In certain cases, ownership is concealed, and I'm not talking about Russian government-sponsored media outlets, Sputnik or Russia Today, when everybody knows that they are government-affiliated entities. They are less trustful in Georgian media, while other media outlets, and I will show later some examples, with cloned names like Fox News or others, are trying to manipulate with public opinion, and they are fully untransparent. We can move to the next slide, which illustrates quite well how public opinion might be manipulated. And this picture, which is not unique for Georgia, describes quite well how one event can present it from different point of view and different angles. The view from satellite, and the next slide shows this case, illustrate how one story can present it by opposition and government affiliated media in very manipulative way. Our fact checkers try to establish what happened in reality and to look from satellite in order to find truth behind these two different versions of the story. And this is regular way how media reports on developments, but however, since we have different channels with different bias, we have chance to watch all of them and make our own conclusions. Manipulation with religious LGBT identity is also a problem, especially in social media, and Nini will talk about this later. But when we're discussing overall media environment, it's important to underline this problem, which tries to divide people based on their identity, and it's a part of political process when opposition protests often labeled as LGBT pride in order to somehow demonize the protests affiliated with political process. the most influential discrediting campaign ahead of elections was related to the monastery, David Gareji Monastery. Government of Georgia launched this campaign ahead of elections, which is disputed church on the Georgian-Azerbaijani state border, with demarcation work still ongoing. The campaign, which was accompanied by criminal case investigation against two servants, promoted the narrative that opposition or former ruling party are selling churches and homeland, while Georgian government tries to neutralize this threat. And this campaign created fruitful ground for ultranationalistic and pro-Russian actors discussing Azerbaijan along with Russia in the context of threat of occupation. And by reopening historic Tramva, we are trying to shift focus from the current Russian occupation to historical events. Pro-government affiliated TV channel, which is shown on the next slide, also TV channel affiliated with ultra-nationalistic political party Alliance of Patriots, used the slogan, the Gareji, the name of monastery is Georgia. While this slogan disappeared day after election, this is clear illustration how public opinion might be manipulated for the political agenda. Hostile actors. I will talk about a little bit about hostile actors trying to use the Western brands against the West. They are also using the well-known names of the Guardian, Euronews, ABC News, or CNN or BBC in order to legitimize their messages. And this is a deflective source model when the ownership of media outlet is concealed and people have no time to verify all information because of flow of information. We have a limited time, and in certain cases we are reading only headlines, pictures, or looking for brands, and if they are familiar, we are trusting or sharing this content on Facebook. Next slide shows that the cases when we found that the clone CNN and BBC, their IP addresses were located in St. Petersburg in Russia, and the story was about coronavirus, saying that it is a man-made rather than natural virus. Intent of harm and divide is a specific trends, and we will talk more on value-based discourse, which also is an important factor when we are talking about radicalization of society. This headline is a good example. When Russian-affiliated media outlets try to divide society based on their religious identity. This is fully fabricated story about Georgian Muslims who are ready to gain independence from Georgia by arms, which creates a fruitful ground for confrontation between ethnic Georgians and religious Orthodox and Muslim Georgians of our society. Value-based discourse often applies false dilemma techniques. If, for instance, I'll give you one example by leader of ultranationalist group saying that if protection of David Gareji monastery and Georgia's territorial integrity is in Kremlin's interest and the protection of homosexuals is a Western policy, then these people who are talking about this discrediting the West itself. Next slide shows the overall structure of Kremlin-affiliated actors and their narratives. They are trying to create threats, threat of war, loss of territories, and loss of identity, sowing distrust towards Western institutions, democracy overall, and offering solution with the help of co-religious powerful Russia in order to neutralize all these threats that are sometimes artificially created and promoted. And what we are doing to address these problems, we just recently joined the Facebook third-party fact-checking programs, which allows us to label content on Facebook if false news or manipulated or fabricated photos or images are disseminated by different actors. And I will show some examples of hostile country affiliated disinformation. On the next slide, you can see the content disseminated regarding the Maidan event, accusing West in staging the protest on Maidan in Ukraine in 2000 earlier, but this disinformation still relevant to Georgian disinformation channel. And pro-government trolls said another example of domestic disinformation campaign when pro-government trolls with name of Irma one case, Mariam in this another case, but actually she appeared to be Svetlana from Arkhangelsk, was spreading disinformation against opposition parties. Next slide shows the case when opposition troll Alibaba from Nigeria was spreading disinformation against ruling party, and so we are able to label this content on Facebook and reduce distribution of fabricated or false content. But not all fakes are bad and harmful. As you can see on the next slide, it's not visible. Unfortunately, it was about ABC News showing voter lines in Georgia instead of US elections in the state of Georgia, and Georgians perceived quite well this disinformation, and this made them very, very happy about prominence of Georgia in US elections. This is a brief overview of the trends. You can find information on our fact-checking portals and different social media platforms in English and in certain cases Russian, of course, in Georgian languages. Thank you for your attention, and I am open to your questions.
Many thanks. Thank you so much for the very interesting presentation. Indeed, polarization and social media manipulation is a serious problem for many countries in the world. I'm sure there are questions on it, but we will have the discussion at the end of the presentations, as I have stated already. And now I would like to give the floor to Nata Dzvelishvili. Welcome, Nata, to our conference, and Nata will speak about the current state of media ethics in Georgia. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Maya. Thank you for having me here today. It's really an honor for me. So it's my first opportunity to deliver a speech during this lockdown period. So I would like to somehow continue what Tamar has said. Georgian media is definitely polarized, and this polarization is, of course, reflected on the content, of course. Let me show you the latest report of media monitoring conducted by a self-regulatory body of media, Georgian Charter of Journalistic Ethics. This data covers pre-election period 2020. Just to explain you for our international audience, TV Tavari is pro-opposition TV company, and TV Imedi is affiliated to government. So this is also the private broadcaster. Here you can see how they covered government and GD, the ruling party, during pre-election period. You can see that positive tone is very high on TV Imedi, while a negative tone is very high on TV Mtavari, and vice versa. UNM is the opposition party, and you can see that a high number of negative coverage on TV Imedi and positive coverage on TV Mtavari. So this is very obvious that this kind of coverage also causes the ethical challenges. However, this is not the only report which shows polarization in terms of content. Media coverage was assessed by International Observation Mission, OSCE also, and it stated that private broadcasters were visibly partisan. So biased reporting or partial coverage, of course, impossible without ethical violations. Just to give you a brief overview, I would like to highlight the most common ethical violations in Georgian media. These are accuracy, distinguish opinion from fact, respect privacy, discrimination, and hate speech. Of course, all of them include dozens of subcategories, as they are broad terms. So I'm not going to talk in details, but I will give you some examples what I mean and what is the most strict violations of ethical standards. Before setting examples, I would like to show you another data. This also comes from Georgian Charter of Journalistic Ethics. This organization examines cases of violations. They discuss these cases and make decisions that the ethical principles is violated or not. So according to it, these are the most violated ethical principles in Georgia. On the top, you can see is accuracy, then correction, discrimination, and privacy. These decisions are made on compliance, after discussion of compliance, but observation and assessment of Georgian media experts prove the same. So if you just look through what is covered by Georgian media, you will have the same expression that accuracy and these other types of ethical standards are not respected by Georgian media. Let's start with accuracy. This category includes simple errors, unverified information, and misinformation, and does not include disinformation or fake news. So, which actually are the different categories, because we are talking about media and not propaganda or deliberate distortion of the facts, which is absolutely is not media. So that's why I am not touching these types of ethical violations. I am just talking about some unprofessional coverage of media. So accuracy is on the top, is not exceptional in Georgia. If you look through the cases discussed by press councils or media councils, whatever they are called, all over the world, you can find out that accuracy is most common problem in media, which is very natural, I think, because due to this first time and this daily basis, it's very natural that you might make this kind of mistakes. But what I would like to pay your attention is one issue which is quite new. I'm sure not only in Georgia but in other countries as well. This is the fact that media disseminate posts on social media as a fact. For example, it does not matter whether a public figure or ordinary citizen post on Facebook. This is taken and published as a fact by media outlets. Of course, they are not high standard media outlets, but still, as online media is very widespread in Georgia and very easy to establish such kind of media, clickbait, say, websites, but not only them are use this strategy. They use this Facebook posts and publish them without verification. Even jokes and some satirical posts are published as a fact. And we had several cases during these past years. Second one with my categories is distinguish facts from opinion. As there is lack of fact-based journalism in Georgia, this means that opinions frequently are disseminated as a fact, which has impact on audience attitudes and used as a manipulation on audience. I am not sure that in Germany you have such style TV programs, but in Georgia we call it the authors program. These are TV shows. Then anchor has a 5 or 10 minutes introduction. There he or she is evaluated facts, express his personal opinion on current affairs, on politicians. They use even offensive words, swearing, and such kind of introduction is followed by some news or some interviews. So this is not a kind of separate program, commentary program. This commentary and news is somehow merged in these shows, which is, of course, not in compliance with ethical standards. And this offensive language became quite a trend in Georgian media and used to discredit persons they don't like. In the beginning, I and Tamar also mentioned that there are some TV companies who editorial policies against one of that political party, and such kind of speeches are used against them. On the right side, you can see the screenshot from TV Rustavi. Here, the body is used from the president and the head of Bidzina Ivanishvili, billionaire who is behind ruling party and founder of this party. They use this illustration to show that president is mouthpiece of Bidzina Ivanishvili. And on the right side, you can see a screenshot from TV Medi. They use this blood footage from movie just to assure people that this opposition party is violent. So this kind of coverage, of course, is not a high standard of media and even very far from this kind of international or local ethical standards. But somehow it's become quite like a trend in Georgian media. Another topic I would like to emphasize is reporting on criminal cases. Unfortunately, this year was full of high-profile cases. There are lots of questions regarding them. Of course, media did significant role to force prosecutor office to investigate these cases. But however, they spread unproved allegations, and this was obvious. They don't have enough facts to prove that these are that person was blamed in these cases. And of course, this kind of coverage damages reputation, not only the accused person, but reduces the trust towards media as well. I would like to highlight that, yes, they did great job, but at the same time, their coverage was not the high professional, I can say. And privacy, this is kind of challenge for media for many years. This is not a new trend, and yellow journalism has a huge history, but I am not talking about yellow one. I am talking about news coverage and the violations of and the interference in privacy during the coverage of current affairs. So this and the digital era, when people are trying to disclose personal information themselves and they post everything on Facebook, sometimes, and this kind of habits make media more challengeable. The boundary between curiosity and the public interest is blurred, which causes violations of ethical standards, of course. Just to give you one example, I can show you screenshots from one coverage of one of the broadcaster in Georgia. This is also the criminal case, a high-profile criminal case. Please show the back slide, please. So this is a high-profile criminal case when journalists try to enter in the private property. The owners are taken into prosecutor office because they are under investigation. The house was not locked, so the journalists decided to open the door and to enter into the private property and to show that everything is out of order as a proof that investigation is going on. This was totally shock for me because this is the hardest way how to interfere in private life, because there was not any justification why you should use this way to gather some news, because everyone knew that they were under investigation and it does not matter how this private property looks like. So that's why this is not an exception. Of course, we have several cases, less impotence, but still privacy and respect of privacy still remains as a challenge for Georgian media. And grief and covering person in grief is, of course, related to respect of privacy. 5 or 10 years ago, not 10 or 15 years ago, in Georgia, it was like a trend that Georgian media used this dramatic music, cover people in grief, this crying, shouting was in common. It was a kind of style in journalism, but after that the situation improved, but I don't know why, but a year or 2 years ago this trend came back here, and now we have some footages when we saw the people at the even coffin and how they are crying, and this is the cases when there is not a justification why we should show person in this situation, and the problem is that I'm sure that even these persons are trying to give them permit to cover them in this way, but still it is a problem and responsibility of journalists. And there were some cases then journalists reveal the death of the person before family members we are aware of it. I just highlights that discrimination still remains a challenge in Georgia, as homophobic and xenophobic sentiments are very high in the country. And this problem is especially in the comments of the users below the footages and below the, for example, Facebook Lives, and media outlets does not have enough resources to filter all this hate speech below the articles. And the good thing is that hate speech is reducing on broadcasters, I mean mainstream media, which was a serious problem years ago. Then even journalists use it, but we have some kind of improvements in terms of it. And how to deal with ethical challenges? This is a question which always arises when we are talking about ethical challenges. In the country like Georgia, we strongly believe that self-regulation is the way how we can improve ethical coverage. In Georgia, the democratic institutes are fragile, and the government use every single chance to use regulation as a leverage to impact on media content. We are always against some amendments in the law which somehow should be reflected on media content. So we try to a strong self-regulation system. I also already mentioned this Georgian Charter of Journalistic Ethics, which is independent self-regulatory body in media. We have this is actually union of journalists, 400 member journalists they have currently, and they have this board who has mandate to examine cases and complaints against the journalists. This is the same organization what you have Presserat in Germany. So applicants are various, even politicians and some artists or priests are apply here, which also give us hope that this institution will improve more. And I would like to show you some chart of examined cases. You can see the progress of this organization and the trust that is increasing. And I hope that this number will be increased and continue increasing. So another system is of self-regulation in Georgia is that based on the law, each broadcaster has obligation to establish self-regulatory body inside broadcasters, but however, it is not as effective as independent self-regulation. And at the end of my speech, I would like to touch media schools, as I believe that it is crucial in terms of ethical journalism. We have a lack of professionalism and lack of Georgian handbooks and resources if we conclude the overall situation, what we have in our educational system. And I think that old-fashioned teaching style is also the problem in our country. So just to conclude my presentation, we believe that self-regulation and education is the only way how we can improve ethical coverage in the country. So this was kind of brief introduction what's going on in Georgia in terms of media ethics. So feel free to ask questions and I will try to give you further information.
Thank you, Nata. Thank you so much for the nice overview. I was listening very carefully and noted some questions. However, we will have discussion about 25 minutes later. And now it is time to talk about the social media perspectives in Georgia. According to the recent research, up to 20% of the population receives information mainly from from social media. While social media established the possibility of further pluralism in the country, it also presents a threat of disinformation. And Nini will tell you a bit more about that. Nini, the floor is yours.
Nini, we can't hear you. If you could unmute, please. Moment, we can't hear you. But we want to hear her as well. Can you please refresh and join us again?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, now it's good. So please go ahead.
Okay, but I can't see the panel view actually. Okay, thank you. Yeah, so I'll jump to the topic, right? Thank you for the panelists for this information. I represent an election observing organization, ISFED, which does election monitoring. Sorry, I hear my voice back, which is, I don't know what to do with that. Okay, I'll take out one earphone maybe. As long as you can hear me fine, it's okay. Okay, thank you. So our organization does election monitoring, traditional election monitoring, but what we did was that in 2018, we started conducting social media monitoring in order to encompass this field in the election monitoring field. And the reason for that was obvious that political activities have strongly shifted to the Facebook and social media. And so did the media outlets. As we all know, all the credible media sources are now sharing their information through Facebook pages and other social media pages. But in Georgia, one of the main sources of getting information is Facebook, because it's the most popular social media platform. And if on the one hand, social media enables to have more pluralized information environment, uh, at the same time, we see, unfortunately, that in Georgia, it is being misused by malign actors in order to spread their narratives of their interests, which are biased, and spread disinformation to have the influence on public opinion and their behavior. What I wanted today to talk about is and show you are the examples of information operations that have been going on in Facebook, and some of them are still there. It's foreign in the. Can we go to the back slide, please? Sorry. Last night, yes. So I'll talk about the foreign interference and disinformation ongoing on social media, about the pages that are spreading the value-based narratives in order to manipulate the society, and the false media pages, which are specifically oriented on electoral periods and internal politics. And it's very important to note that the very alarming trend, what we see on social media, is how pages and malign actors are covering their work as being real media outlets, and thus deceive in a deceivable manner, share the information and disinformation in the population. The first I want to talk about is Russian information operations in Georgia, and shortly show you its activity. You might know that Georgia has for a long time been a target of disinformation campaigns and propaganda in Georgia, and there are several outlets that operate in order to manipulate public debate and divide society even more. And one of those outlets is the News Front, which became very active in 2019, and its activity was striking during the COVID-19 virus. This is a Kremlin agency which is usually spreading disinformation in order to destabilize the society, polarize it even more, and stir up antagonism in the society. The activity strategy of this information, you can see on the next slide that it usually comprises of the very complex network, which consists of the pages having links with fake accounts, groups, and these fake accounts are also creating illusion of interaction under the posts that are really not popular, and in order to stir up more antagonism and to create an illusion of something that is not in generally popular in Georgia, in the society. And on the screen, you can just see how one page is disseminating the same post in different groups at the very close time to each other, which means that their aim is just to proliferate information in a very organized manner. And on the next slide, please, you could see that, what Russian information operation aims is to confuse the society, and it has perfectly used the time of the virus outbreak in Georgia when people lacked the real information and they were already in a confusion, right? So it is easier in that times to disseminate fake narratives. And they used this time perfectly, and we've discovered several narratives, and I just took out examples, some of them. For example, that Georgia is an unsuccessful country, but even it manages to handle coronavirus, while developed Europe is powerless. And if Georgia wants to survive, it should connect its ties to Russia. So it was covertly very pro-Russian and anti-Western message. The next narrative it was actively proliferating in the social media field was attacking the Ploeger lab, which is the main national health research center in Georgia. And it has been a target for Russian disinformation campaigns for a long time. And this COVID virus outbreak was not an exception. And in the articles, we would see that the articles would say that the China and not the Ploeger lab, EU or the US are helping Georgia in the fight against coronavirus. And the Ploeger lab's role in this process is really exaggerated. Of course, it's all false information, because Ploeger lab was the main research laboratory and still is the very biggest help in combating the coronavirus outbreak. The next narrative, which we were seeing on social media, was that Russia and China are helping Italy, while EU has turned its back on Russia, and Russian military vehicles are driving in Italy, a NATO member, and Italians have replaced EU flag with a Russian one. So this was also very strong anti-Western narrative and pro-Russian narrative that even Russia was helping European country, but not the EU itself. So this was just an example of how foreign actors might use social media and cover their activity as being credible media sources, but in reality, they were spreading only disinformation and fake news in a very sensitive time of Georgian citizens' life. The next I want to discuss is a group of radicals that call themselves at the source of alternative information, Alt-Info it's called. They had this program on Facebook, with the live shows, and they would discuss news, but mostly manipulated information. And in reality, their aim was to spread anti-liberal, anti-Western, and anti-immigration LGBTQ narratives. They used a lot of hate speech, and they would attack minorities, women, ethnic minorities, and so on. And it was really challenging issue in Georgia because, and plus they have been spreading pro-Russian narratives and anti-Western narratives as well. And one of the examples for that was that you can see on the next slide, I have a screenshot from their TV program where once they had as a guest Alexander Dugin, who is like one of the main ideologies of the Russian expansionist policy. And in this program, he would be talking about how Russia would welcome Georgian territorial integrity only when Georgia would break ties with the Western world. So this all, of course, like Altinfo comprises of Georgian Georgian men, Georgian citizens, but it brings up question whether or not they have some links with foreign actors if they are trying to proliferate pro-Russian messages like this. And we've observed that this organization was engaged in coordinated, inauthentic behavior, which means use covertly covert activity of the organization or the page on Facebook, which aims to hide its real purpose and its real aim. We've noticed that it has linked with several other pages, more than 30 pages, which were behaving in a coordinated manner. And the most important part is that they would use the pages with the names such as, you can see, the best day US sale, for example. And if you would go to the page, you would notice that from the beginning, the page aim was not to spread this Altinfo narrative, but rather than just this page was just for entertainment and so on. But later, it seems as Altinfo took control of the page and started disseminating all their TV programs and this anti-liberal narratives. And after the reporting of this, Facebook had took down the pages related to the Altinfo as it goes against the regulations of Facebook to engage in a coordinated, inauthentic behavior. Thus, nowadays, this group of people cannot do their work at Facebook, but we now see that they are trying, that it causes next challenge because they are trying to broadcast their TV program on the national television. And I have took out the screenshot from a video on the next slide, which says that in the video it said, soon on TV you'll be able to finally see the hate speech, discrimination, sexism, homophobia, and xenophobia. So it is really, this video might have been cynical, but it is a real aim of this group, as a lot of civil society organizations have been for a long time observing their activities. And it has been proved many times by the fact checkers as well, which here Tamar represents, that this organization usually uses manipulated information or fake information in order to sow distrust in everything that in everything new, and in everything that is, they know it's sensitive for Georgian society, as Georgians, most of the Georgian society are still very traditionalist and conservative in their views and beliefs. And the next thing I want to discuss, and this is one of the main alarming trends we have observed on Facebook, is the rise of the so-called false media pages. Our organization has noticed the activity of the pages in 2018 before the presidential elections in Georgia. So what these pages do is that they totally resemble, by their look and the design and the posts they publish, they resemble the real credible online news outlets. and they use the names that also look alike real online news outlets. But in reality, if you monitor their work, you will discover that their main aim is to set on social media political agenda that serves only one political party, and they would share the information only from one perspective. And in Georgia, the reality is that all these false media pages that are being active, and mostly they are active before the election period, they are linked, they are sharing the information which would put the ruling party in a positive manner, portray the ruling party in a positive manner, and opposition party in a negative way. So it makes us believe that, of course, these pages operate in a deceptive manner to PR the work of the ruling party in Georgia. So their activity strategy is to set the illusion of reliability. They use high quality photos and videos, and most of their content are very similar to each other. So you could see the coordination of these pages because they use the same design, even with minor changes, but it is still visible. And they would share the same posts with the same content. And what they did a lot was that they were sponsoring their posts because, as they are not the real media outlets, they did not have audience on Facebook. And to reach the bigger engagement, they would use a lot the sponsoring mechanism. On the next slide, I just wanted to show the example of how deceptive might be this kind of Facebook page, which acts as if it was a news outlet. So on the first the two screens that look alike, you can see that it is very similar to each other with very minor changes. And the text was about Facebook taking down pages that were linked to the main opposition party in Georgia, which was true partially, because the whole story was that Facebook took down a lot of pages, and most of them were linked to the ruling party. But it also has took down the pages that were linked to the opposition party. And what these pages did, and they were sponsoring all the time this post, was that they would take out and share only this information which was subjective, and sponsor this post in order to reach the further audience. And on the other hand, what they do is they usually just post their posts are about the projects that the government does to portray them in a very positive manner. So you can see how these kind of pages are acting, and under the coverage of being the media outlets, are polluting the informational space, which is a very rising challenge to Georgia. And civil society organizations are doing the biggest and greatest part in combating this issue, but we see that it is not enough from just only the coming from just only the one institution. And even though nowadays, like civil society organizations have very close contacts and networks with social media platforms such as Facebook, and based on our reporting, the Altinfo network has been taken down. So was taken down the Russian linked network. But for example, these false media pages are still active, and whenever something sensitive happens in the country, they're becoming really active. They're starting sponsoring the post, and you can see how hard it is for the person, if you are not well skilled enough, or even for anybody, it could be very it could be very deceptive, right? So it poses a really big challenge for healthy public debates in the society. Thank you. Looking forward to following questions to get into more details, of course, everything.
Thank you so much, Nini. Thank you all for your wonderful presentations one more time. And now I would like to open the discussion. And I encourage the participants who are watching us and who are listening to us to ask questions via the chat bot that we have on the webpage. But before, I would like to ask you some questions that I was noting during the presentations. And to start with, actually, polarization is not a challenge only for Georgia, and many countries in the world face the same challenges. First, I would like to ask to Tamar, what do you think, how important is to have an independent and impartial media outlet in the country, and what kind of influence it may have on society? What will be the difference?
Thank you for this question. Of course, polarization is not peculiar only for Georgia. We observe it in the US and other countries. But unlike other established Western democracies, we have a weak judiciary because change of ownership is frequent following changes of government, and it results in changing of editorial policy. So the fact is that Georgian media market is too small, and politicians are invested a lot. But this is a reality, and we are trying more or less follow their transparency, check who stands behind media outlets. At least we know agenda behind these political interests. And there is no equal opportunity for small media outlets, especially online one. They are observing professional standards, but they are more donor dependent because mostly Western donors support the fact-based, accountable media outlets. And these big players trying to somehow, of course, pluralism is important, but better to have neutral and independent media outlets rather than this situation we're observing right now. But it depends again on the business side of the media sustainability problem, and it's difficult to change. At least we are trying to track transparency of funding sources, government interventions, etc., in order to inform public how to deal with media outlets and have better understanding about their intentions and goals. This is very important because there was one question in the chat, and I will address this. There was a question about coronavirus, and it's good illustration, the demonstration of different interests. On the one hand, we observed political news. It was mostly related, as Nini mentioned, to interest of Russia against US-supported Ploeger lab, which is important health care institution in Georgia diagnosing coronavirus and helps to prevent different type of diseases. And it's often targeted not only by pro-Kremlin media, but President Putin himself and other high-level Russian politicians. On another hand, there were clickbait sites with different goal. It was just gaining money from clicking web links. And we also observed anti-liberal discourse stemming from clergy or anti-liberal groups saying that coronavirus is punishment from the God rather than some healthcare problem. So, and they were also happy with the coronavirus because migrants were prevented to enter Georgian land. And this was portrayed in a very comical way by these anti-liberal groups, and they were denying at all the existence of coronavirus.
Thank you so much. And if I may, just continue the topic of polarization, you mentioned during your your presentation that the situation in media environment is pluralistic. However, there is a big polarization. And very often this media polarization actually has an influence on society, and society also becomes very frequently polarized. And I would like to ask you about the public broadcaster that we have in the country. What do you think? What kind of role does this public broadcaster have in order to reduce to some extent this polarization in media, especially?
Of course, public broadcaster can play the crucial role in presenting events in more neutral way. Maybe Nata knows more data from recent election report. I was not observing. We are very carefully. But when we are talking of public broadcaster, its role is especially important in terms of informing ethnic minorities. We have two big groups of ethnic minorities densely populated in Samtskhe-Javakheti, I mean Georgians of Armenian origin, and in Khemokartli, ethnic Azerbaijani Georgian citizens. And this is a real problem for Georgia because they are most vulnerable to foreign influences, especially because of language barrier. And here is the role of public broadcaster to informing these people, but it's not always about informing and translating Georgian news. It's about inclusive reporting as well. Because they are excluded from this news coverage. When you are translating something, what is happening in capital, they are not identifying themselves in this news because they are not part of news coverage. And we can talk about the hate speech, but we should talk about inclusive reporting as well, when all members of our society are part of this coverage. And I think this important mission and the gap should be fulfilled by public broadcaster.
Thank you so much. I see that there are so many questions in the chat to you, but let me first ask other participants some other questions, and I'll get back to you for sure with the questions that the participants are sending to us. Nata, I would like to ask you about the media ethic environment in Georgia. Actually, you had a very nice overview in your presentation, and in one of the slides, we have seen that the number of applications and media ethic violations is increasing year by year. And can we somehow say that when this very often especially the TV channels, if we just focus on TV channels, sometimes when they violate media ethics and even Georgian ethical charter, not always, but very frequently say that this particular TV channel violated this principle of media ethic. But even though there are some violations from their side, the self-regulating body says that they violated this particular principle, but they are still very popular. If we look through the rankings, we will see that the media outlets who violate actually, and not very rare, frequently, they violated media ethics, they are still very popular. Can we somehow say that the people don't really care a lot about the ethical media outlets, and I mean, the channels violate, but people still watch it, and they are still high rated and one of the top rated media outlets. And how do you think what is supposed to be done in order to get and to have media outlets that are at the same time ethical and at the same time popular? Thank you.
Thank you, Maya. I think that watching and TV rating and the trust is a totally different thing. People might watch very frequently unethical coverage because it's interesting. Sensational coverage is interesting. And then TV anchor is swearing and using offensive language is interesting. And people, of course, interested in what is going on there, and they turn on this TV company. But it does not mean that they trust it, that they like it. That's why popularity and the trust is totally different thing. And the solution is that we should promote ethical journalism and strength. And empower these media outlets who try to verify information, who try to be ethical. But and in this situation and what we have now in Georgia, these ethical media outlets are facing very serious problems. They are just trying to survive because of lack of money. If you look at data of media regulatory of Georgia, which always disclose information, the incomes of TV broadcaster, you see that in this year there is a huge number of investment of owners and founders, and this means that even these major companies need subsidies from owners, and they need this donation. While we have these ethical small media outlets whose owners are not able to invest money in these media outlets, and ethical coverage and verification and analytical or in-depth reporting need more resources. And currently, as Tamar said, the Georgian advertisement market is not sufficient at all. And politicians try to invest money, which all, of course, promotes their positive coverage and causes unethical coverage, as I said. That's why the only solution is that to empower these ethical media outlets. Unfortunately, the social situation in Georgia is not good. I mean, economical situation, and the readers are not able to donate and support this kind of media outlets, and the donors are the only way which is used by such kind of media outlets. That's why my answer and my opinion is that solution is just to change overall media environment, because it is very, very unhealthy what is going on here. For example, I am representing Indigo, which is a small media outlet who is focused on analytical materials, and we are struggling and we are trying to survive, actually, because even advertisers prefer to prepare materials which are not distinguished from editorial materials. So they try to help you to violate ethical standards, and they prefer to go to this unethical media outlets, and they are not trying to support small media and ethical media outlets in terms of CSR, I mean social responsibility, what these huge companies said. So media environment should be changed if we would like to promote ethical coverage.
Thank you so much. And my next question, before I go to the questions from the participants, and there are some very interesting questions, and I would like to cover them also. But before that, I would like to ask Nini. Nini, you were showing us the benefits, actually, and the threats coming from social media. And since on the one hand, it's creates possibility for having different media outlets, and it somehow makes possibility to have a bit more pluralistic media in the whole media environment. It also creates a threat of disinformation, misinformation, and social media manipulations. If I go to very general and very basic questions, I would like to ask you your assessment, since you are working quite a long already on observing social media in various times, actually. Sometimes during elections, and sometimes also other periods of time. And these elections also in this country is not very rare, and we have almost very often. And I would like to ask you regarding these social media perspectives and current state. Do you think that your own opinion? Do you think that it brings much profits or much threats? Which one prevails? Thank you.
Thank you, Maya, for the question. Well, for now, from our observations, what we are seeing, unfortunately, is a lot of challenges that are coming from the social media, and the challenges that we are seeing are having influence on public opinion in debates, as this space is becoming so polluted with the disinformation and manipulated information, which comes from very different sources. As I have mentioned, unfortunately, it's not only the foreign actors that are using this and misusing it in order to share their own interests and views and beliefs, but also it's an internal threat. And it has become quite popular from every political side to use this for their own political interest. Thus, for now, the social media space is creating more challenges and threats rather than creating opportunities for more pluralized informational space, unfortunately.
Okay, thank you so much. And now I would like to go directly to the participant question, and I am happy that you are active and you are engaged in that. And the first question I would ask to Tamar. There is a question about freedom of media and freedom of speech, and I will read out the question directly. To what extent does the Georgian legislation support freedom of media and protect freedom of speech? We somehow covered this topic during your presentation, but if you spread this part a little bit more, thank you.
Thank you for this question. Actually, Georgia has quite advanced legislation in terms of protection freedom of speech and expression. It's similar to US standards rather than EU legislation, because opinion is protected with absolute privilege, and only intentionally disseminated disinformation or false facts might be subject of libel cases. And it's important for countries in transition. I will try to explain why, and it concerns also hate speech legislation, which is also a problem. But when you have the court judiciary not enough independent, and judiciary changes its position based on who is in power, it's quite dangerous misuse and abuse any legislation that might be interpreting the content related issues, which are very subjective, in favor of dominant political forces. There are attempts to introduce blasphemy law, which is about offense of religious feelings, which are very subjective. And we know many European countries restrict hate speech. There are criminal liabilities for this. But in case of Georgia, in European countries, the goal of the law is to protect minority from from majority rather than vice versa. In our case, it might be for protection of religious feeling of dominant church. And we had very bad examples when people expressing their critical views on church were summoned for questioning. So it's more dangerous than restriction of hate speech has might have negative effect rather than protect minorities from this. And there was another question, and I will cover this, about the hate speech by politicians, since I'm actually address these issues. Of course, this is a real challenge because in certain cases, media is just channel covering hate speech by politicians. And we have many political parties, anti-liberal, ultra-nationalistic parties, inciting hate speech, and Turkophobia is quite strong. One of political parties, Alliance of Patriots, capitalized mostly on Turkophobic sentiments, saying if Russia is occupied, why not Turkey, referring to historic occupation of Ottoman Empire, trying to reopen historic trauma. And it's easy for politicians to speculate on identity related discourse. It's more difficult to offer economic solutions, and it's a fruitful and ground for any politicians. Unfortunately, in certain cases, pro-Western opposition also speculates on anti-migrant issues. And since populism is rising in Western countries as well, it's not good time to judge our politicians, but it's very dangerous and challenging because it's easy to provoke confrontation since Georgia is multi-ethnic, multicultural countries, and recent developments with Nagorno-Karabakh was good illustration how it's easy to create tension because you have Azerbaijani minorities in country, you have Armenian minorities, and you should be very careful not to cross red lines. I think that Georgian civil society organizations are very strong in watchdogging these attempts, and we are very vocal to address this issue, and it's better to leave this space for non-state actors rather than give opportunity to government to restrict by legislation the content that might be manipulated and misinterpreted in favor of dominant political powers.
Thank you so much, and thank you for covering other questions as well that is coming via the chat to our platform. And now another question is to Nata, and I am trying to be in time and not to go over our allocated time, but there are really interesting questions over here, and I would like to read out. This is especially to Nata, and this is connected to accuracy. Could the problem of inaccuracy and the lack of ethics in media be linked to the low level of professional qualification of journalists in Georgia? I think you had the presentation and the slides on education environment in media schools, and if you cover a little bit more about that would be brilliant. Thank you, and thanks for the questions to the participants.
Thank you for this question. Of course, any violation of ethical standards is linked to unprofessionalism because it's unprofessional to violate ethical standards, and accuracy is not exception. Vice versa, accuracy is the most common violated ethical principles because of lack of skills of verification or accountability, responsibility. So it's very easy to violate these ethical principles if you don't think more. And the journalist is mostly thinking of the ways how to cover this story, to put the relevant questions, to have the answers of these questions. So this is responsibility. And in the time of digital era, when everyone can be a journalist and everyone could be a information, could spread information, it's became more difficult to be quick as the users on social network. And of course it causes additional problems of verification for journalists. In Georgia we have several cases, then even they mislead the names of the dead persons, and they show the pictures of another person and say that he or she was killed instead of the real one. And it was due to this from time, due to this lack of skills and due to lack of responsibility. They just search and find the first photo and put it on the screen. So this the short question is that yes, every violation of ethical standards is linked to lack of professionalism, and we need more education and the core values. We should agree core values of journalists, because in the era of information disorder, what we have right now, trust toward media and trustful media outlets will survive. And this is the only way. Verified information and information with a high standard, high quality information is the only thing what media has in the era of this information disorder. That's why we should have some kind of agreement what's our core value, and just to try to protect all this value and the accuracies on the top, of course.
Many thanks for this answer, and definitely I should agree with you regarding that we need more education in this field, and that's why I've started my introduction with this fact that why we set this specific objective in our project, that we wanted to strengthen the capacity of journalists and to make them stronger, since actually strong media stands on strong journalists, and this is really important for us, for the country that really needs for future development of media. And I would like to ask next question, if not last. I am not sure about the timing, but the next question is to Nini, in our chat. What are the instruments for fighting against spread of disinformation in social media? We also covered this topic a little bit, but this question you might cover differently.
Yeah.
Thank
you.
Yeah.
Thanks for the question. Yeah, well, the disinformation topic is actually quite complex, and it needs a multidimensional approach to address this issue, because we cannot say that regulations can help this, and on vice versa, it must be the worst way to deal with this issue, because we can see that everything can be misused. And as Nata also mentioned, when in Georgia we have very fragile institutions, we cannot depend on them when talking about the regulations in social media. What is need to be done more is coordination between different agencies. We are very well working now together, different civil society organizations, and combating this issue of disinformation, and having these talks within each other. But it would be really important to have some agency on the state level that at first would fully recognize that this challenge exists in Georgia, first and foremost, openly recognize, and then have some coordinating body which would coordinate civil society organizations that have for a long been working on the disinformation, and some state agency to work on this issue together, and this would be really helpful in sense of raising media awareness and media literacy as well. Of course, civil society organizations such as MDF is working and doing greatest job in this field, but it would be really important to enhance this strategy and to, for example, have some kind of advertisement, maybe even on public broadcaster, for example, right, to raise awareness of the public, and not only just the young people, but those who are more prone to get under the influence of manipulation in the social media. Thank you. I think we are a bit out of time, so.
We still have 2 more minutes, and Tamar, you would like to add something else to this information?
Actually, we are cooperating with industry and Facebook. We're partner of Facebook third-party fact-checking program, which is most effective tool to address this problem. We are able to identify the problematic content on Facebook, fact check and label this content on Facebook. We're receiving information from the ordinary people, not from youth only. Youth are involved in debunking process, and our content appeared on debunked stories, and Facebook reduces distribution of this content. We had very good examples when traditional media spread disinformation, and after labeling them on Facebook, they corrected information in proper way, identified the error in headline, in text. Unfortunately, sometimes there is a way to clean your mistakes, and people are removing the initial false content instead of correcting and informing people. So we have particular instruments, and we are dealing with this problem, and this is very fruitful cooperation which has particular concrete results to diminish disinformation on Facebook.
Thank you so much. I think we are going to have some conclusion for this very interesting panel today, and I would like to thank you all for your presentations, for your time for discussion, and I also would like to thank you for your participation for our training sessions that we had in September and October this year, and this was really fruitful, and many thanks. And I would give the floor to Tatiana to give instructions about the next panels that we have today. Thank you once more.
Thank you, Maya, and thank you to all the speakers. This first panel was very important to give a first introduction, but was not only an introduction. I think we went already in depth of the matters. So, Maya, we will be back together at the end of the conference. And at the moment, I want to introduce what is happening next. We will have a break of around 1 hour, and we start again at 2:15 with the panel Misinformation on Social Media During Elections. This will be 5:15 in Georgia. And this panel is organized together with Transparency International, so I also want to thank them for the cooperation. Will be moderated by Eka Rostomasvili. And then the third panel of today will be at 4:30, 7:30 in Georgia, about hate speech and human rights. So thank you very much, Maya. Thank you, all the speakers. And we will be back in around 1 hour. Thank you. Hello, everybody. I am Tatiana Bazzichelli from the Disruption Network Club in Berlin, and I'm very happy to introduce now the second panel of the day of our conference in cooperation between Germany and Georgia, Hate News versus Free Speech. This panel has the title Misinformation on Social Media During Elections, and I'm also very happy to say that has been a great cooperation together with Transparency International. For this specific panel, we have a hybrid format. So we have two speakers and the moderator here in Berlin with us at the Kunstquartier Bethanien, and then we have one speaker connected on streaming in Georgia. So Varoon, Bashyakarla, and Raphael Goldzweig are here with us, and Eka Rostomashvili as well, and Mikhail Benitz is instead connected in Tbilisi. This is also important to say because our audience is online and can follow us on streaming and also interact with the speakers. So please remember that we have a chat. You can ask questions to the speakers, and then the question will be referred at the end of the panel. So I would like now to introduce Eka, that has been with us already in the past for the first conference of this year. Eka Rostomashvili leads Transparency International campaigning to disrupt cross-border corruption, particularly on the heels of cases uncovered by investigative journalists. She previously worked at Transparency International chapter in her native Georgia, where she heavily contributed to the group's campaigning for progressive reforms and government accountability. So I'm very happy to welcome you, Eka. Thanks for being with us, all the speakers, and I will come back then for the final greetings. Thank you.
Thank you, Tatiana. Thank you very much for your kind introduction. It was a real pleasure for Transparency International to partner with you as part of the Art of Exposing Injustice conference series during the last 2 years. And it is also a pleasure for me to be here now. For the members of the audience who do not know Transparency International, we are a global anti-corruption movement with presence in over 100 countries, including in Georgia and Germany. And at the International Secretariat, where I work, we conduct cutting-edge research to measure corruption, but also conduct global advocacy to disrupt cross-border corruption, as Tatiana has already said, among other things. Corruption is often understood very narrowly as bribery within public sector, but we define corruption as abuse of entrusted power for private gain. And we have been increasingly exploring ways to address the unchecked power over our lives that is held by large companies, including big tech. Not only the internet is changing the way we think and make decisions in the social sphere, but people around the world are increasingly becoming worried about the ways social media could be influencing how we elect our decision makers, the mechanism for entrusting the power in our democracies, to circle back to our definition of corruption. So our second panel will break down what we know about the ways that information is manipulated in our digital spaces. We'll talk a lot about Georgia, but also look at the trends elsewhere and debate solutions. And we're privileged to have with us an excellent lineup of speakers. Truly, we could not have wished for a better panel to have this conversation with. Our first speaker, Varoon Bashyakarla, comes from the United States. Before moving to Berlin in 2017, Varoon worked in Silicon Valley at a financial technology firm, Wealthfront, followed by a gig at Dropbox. Now he's busy studying how personal data is becoming a political asset, influencing elections and referenda with Tactical Tag, an excellent Berlin NGO. Some of our viewers in Georgia might know Varoon. In 2018, he spoke at DataFest Tbilisi, which was organized by our friends at Forset, another excellent Georgian NGO, and then again a few months ago, earlier this year. Today, he will tell us about how the digital influence industry works and what are some of the infrastructural problems that allow personal data to be weaponized for political purposes. The floor is yours.
Lieke, thank you so much for that kind introduction, and thank you to Disruption Lab for having me here today. I'm speaking today on misinformation on social media during elections, and I thought I would start with just a brief expectation setting. Much of the attention on this topic has been focused around these three realms. On Facebook, first and foremost, much of the scholarship and thinking around the problems associated with this issue have been focused on the United States. And there's been, of course, a lot of attention focused on disinformation. At Tactical Tech, we decided very early on, since when we started studying this topic about 3.5 years ago, to look at everything outside of this space. So instead of looking at Facebook specifically, we're looking at the industry at large. Instead of looking at just the US, we're looking at this issue globally. And we're not focused explicitly on disinformation itself, but rather how personal data is being used in political ways, even without any agenda to spread disinformation. Over the course of this work, we've worked closely with journalists and academics and civil society organizations and technology researchers across a number of countries, most closely with the countries listed here. And if you look at the list, you'll see that Georgia is not on the list. However, I hope today I can explain to you why learning what's happening around the world, including in these other countries, is important to helping understand what's happening in Georgia and how personal data is being weaponized for political purposes, and ultimately what that means too for the role disinformation plays in elections in this day and age. Over the course of this work, my colleagues and I have identified hundreds of companies around the world that are using personal data in political ways. This slide shows just a few of their homepages. People often think that Cambridge Analytica was an exception. In many ways, it actually wasn't. There are hundreds of companies around the world using personal data for political purposes in opaque ways. Cambridge Analytica, of course, was just highly sensationalized, but there are hundreds of companies around the world that do this. And my colleagues and I have called this collection of companies the influence industry. And of course, you might be wondering, what in the world do these companies do? We've classified the work of these companies into three broad categories, sort of three families of technologies. At the bottom are issues around how our personal data has become a political asset. Secondly, how it's being used as a source of political intelligence. And finally, how that information in turn is used as a form of political influence, as an instrument of political influence, really. Now, as a data scientist, I prefer to think of this hierarchy a little bit differently. I think of the bottom layer as the acquisition layer. Where are you getting your data from? The layer above that, the analysis layer. What can you learn from the data that you've collected? And finally, the application layer. How can you use the learnings from the data that you've collected to actually help advance a political goal that you have? And first, we'll go through a couple examples in each of these three categories, and we'll first start with this asset layer. Like I said earlier, asset is all about the acquisition of data. Around the world, a lot of countries have voter rolls. This is basic information with voters' names, address, phone numbers sometimes, and often in practice that's complemented with information from the consumer sector. But there's also one big source of voter data that's often overlooked, and that is leaked, breached, and hacked voter data. As campaigns become more data-driven around the world, voter data has become increasingly politically valuable. And we're all familiar with leaks, breaches, and hacks in everyday consumer tech. It's a big problem, as we know. It turns out that it's also a big problem with political tech. In fact, many of the same companies making consumer tech are also in the business of political tech. There's a lot of money nowadays to be made from meeting the digital demands of political campaigns, and so a lot of private companies that one day had nothing to do with politics, that were making just everyday consumer tech, are now making technology for political campaigns. And we see there that just as the market has undervalued security and privacy in the world of consumer tech, that's being mirrored now with political tech, even though the information that is being stored through political technologies is obviously highly sensitive. And so here are just 3 concrete examples from around the world. In 2017, there was a leak in the United States. A misconfigured database led to the leaking of about 200 million American voters' personal data, including information on their predicted ethnicity and religion. On the right, you see a screenshot from the election commission in the Philippines, which suffered from what's been called one of the biggest government-related data breaches in history. Its website was subject to a cyber attack, and at the same time, another website popped up with a 340 gigabyte file containing the personal details of 55 million Filipino voters, including information on their passport details and fingerprint data. And the screenshot you see here was placed there by the group that claimed responsibility for the breach, Anonymous Philippines. And so instead of the Commission of the Philippines election website, you saw instead this. In 2016, there was a hack in Turkey, a 6.6 gigabyte file with Turkish citizenship data was released containing information on 50 million voters. What you see here is Turkey's communication minister dismissing the hack, saying it was old news. It seems like the data that was then released actually came from 2008, but a Turkish privacy activist, having looked up the information, found his own information there. He found his own family's information and said, even if this came from 8 years ago, I still have the same name, my address is the same, my parents still have the same name, our phone numbers are the same, all our contact information is the same. And we see this issue as well in Georgia. So in October of 2019, the websites of the Georgian's President's Administration's website, city halls and councils, the courts, some media outlets, and even some NGOs were subject to an attack. The US, Georgia, and the UK all ended up blaming the GRU. And instead of seeing the home pages of these websites when you visited their websites, instead users were greeted with this photo of Saakashvili, the Georgian ex-president, with the banner at the top saying, "I'll be back." Earlier this year as well, there was quite a big, what appeared to be data breach in Georgia. As the headline says, personal details for the entire country of Georgia were published online. It was initially suspected that this information came from the Central Election Commission in Georgia, but later this appeared not actually to be the case. It's still actually unknown where this information came from, but some experts say that it was just posted online just to undermine voters' faith in elections. It looks like the file itself, even though it was just released this year, originally came from August 2011. So there's this kind of similarity with what happened in Turkey, that this data that was breached historically or in the past still has this sort of everyday modern relevance with politics today. That was just a quick run through of the asset layer. Let's now move on to the intelligence layer. Intelligence, like I said earlier, was all about collecting information, analyzing information from the data that you've amassed. This is really about the mass testing of communications, of designs, of photos, to desire some sort of engagement that you're interested in, whether that's clicks, whether that's donations or signups. And it's ultimately about what voters respond to. So I thought it would be helpful here to just look at a couple of examples from around the world. We're looking specifically at one family of technologies that is experimentation. It's called A/B testing in the industry. So you see here 3 ads that were run in India on Facebook with Narendra Modi, the Prime Minister, and they all have the same photo of Modi doing Namaste, but if you look closely, the text on the photos is different. It's very likely here that the Modi campaign was running different variations of this ad to see which one was driving the engagement that they wanted. You see here as well a couple of examples from the United States. On the top are 3 different photos during Bernie Sanders' birthday party during his presidential run in 2016. And the campaign here is likely testing which photo of Bernie leads to more voters handing over their voter information, their email address ultimately, to sign up to Bernie Sanders' email list. Very similarly with Ben Carson during his 2016 campaign for president, you see a similar thing. 2 identical photos of him next to different pieces of text. The campaign is testing here which piece of text is more effective in getting more voters to sign up to their email list, in turn probably to send them emails to ask for donations to the campaign. You see here an example from the Obama campaign. Here was an experiment run on his fundraising pages, and the sequential flow on the right, it turned out, instead of one long piece of text where users entered all of their payment information at once, this sequential flow actually led to a 5% increase in donations. So this stuff is tested across the board. And here's a quote from Gary Kobe, the former director of digital advertising and fundraising for the Trump 2016 campaign. He said, the quote is from an article in Wired that's quoting Gary Kobe. On any given day, Kobe says, the campaign was running 40,000 to 50,000 variants of its ads. On the day of the 3rd presidential debate in October, the team ran 175,000 variations. Gary Kobe calls this A/B testing on steroids. Now, I used to run an A/B testing team at a Silicon Valley company, and I have to say that this volume of testing is totally unprecedented, and you can see how testing on this scale allows campaigns to test messaging and images and headlines and slogans on a level of mass granularity. I thought just for fun it would be interesting to have you think for a second which of these 2 photos the Trump campaign tested actually was more successful in getting supporters to sign up for an email list that they had. And if you guessed the top photo, you are correct. It was actually more successful than the bottom one. But here they were testing this banner image on the Trump website. And we see something similar happening in Georgia. Here you see 2 photos of Boris Ivanishvili, the leader of the Georgian Dream Party. Here the texts on the ads are identical. The videos, in fact, are identical. One of the ads has slightly more money spent on it and has a greater reach. But it turns out that these identical ads were targeted at different parts of the country. So one of the ads was targeted to voters in the western region of Georgia, and one was targeted at people in Tbilisi. This isn't necessarily a sign of anything devious or wrong, but you can imagine how testing like this allows campaigns to learn things about where voters are more sympathetic to their message, what causes in different regions of the country people care more about, and even things like what issues to talk about when you as a politician go campaigning around different parts of the country. Now on that note, I thought it would be helpful to just set some baselines. Since November of 2020 in Georgia, social issues, elections, and politics have seen about 20,000 ads across the country and about $1 million spent. You're likely wondering, how is it possible that campaigns, even those of extreme technological sophistication, end up with as many as 175,000 variants, as Kobe mentioned? So I thought, of course, as this is a panel about social media and elections, it would be helpful to just look at a promotional video from Facebook itself so you can see for your own self how some of this infrastructure works beneath the hood. So without further ado, I'll play this promotional video from Facebook.
How can you get maximum value from your Facebook ads? By knowing that when it comes to the creative, it's never one size fits all. Great creative finds the perfect match between your ad and your audience. For example, Tony lives in Singapore and enjoys taking his four-wheeler for a spin on the weekends. Simone lives in Marseille and loves her motor scooter. People like Tony and Simone are likely to respond to different types of ad creative. But what if you're an automaker who wants to promote the same car model on Facebook to both of them? You'd have to test different creative components, such as images, headlines, and call to action buttons in your ads to determine which ones get the best response. A time-consuming and costly process. Introducing dynamic creative. It's a new way to ensure the right ad creative combinations are reaching the right people. Here's how it works. You give us a range of components, images, videos, text, and calls to action. Then specify who you want to reach and your budget. We'll do the rest. Dynamic creative automatically determines which combinations work best with any given audience and placement. It's a fast, easy, and cost-efficient way to match the right ads with the right audiences at scale. Most importantly, people will be more likely to see ads that are engaging and relevant to them. And when that happens, they're more likely to take notice and take action. Find your perfect match with dynamic creative today.
So this is a product called Dynamic Creative, in which Facebook explains how they sort of use different variations of ad creative to appeal to voters. And across the board, we've seen that political campaigns are resembling tech operations more and more, thinking about whose votes can we, which influencer voters can we ignore, which influencer voters must we reach out to, what regions of the country really matter. And in this day and age in which politics resembles a technological operation, and it's all about this optimization problem, who's deciding what's optimal? And how do we feel in cases like this in which an automated system is making that decision? I'm realizing I'm just a bit behind on time, so we're going to continue now to the influence layer, which is all about how do you use the information that you've collected and the learning from that information to ultimately achieve a political aim that you're interested in. I'm going to skip over the video that I had planned and just show here a couple of companies. Here's a company called NGP Van in the US. Here they're showing Dial Your Way to Victory. And here's another company called CallHub.io, also based in the United States. You can see SMS data collection, use automatic text interactions to collect contact information from subscribers following SMS opt-in. This is a big phenomenon we've seen around the world, automated calling and texting. And this is also happening in Georgia. Shout out to my friend Nino, who sent me these private screenshots from her own phone. She said that during the recent elections in Georgia, quote, it was overwhelming, the volume of texting, and in some cases calling that people received. So here are just a couple of totally unsolicited political messages she received. I'm just going to look at one of them, the one that was in the middle of the previous slide, and I had some trouble translating these. I don't speak Georgian, but this seems to be making a reference to a member of Georgian parliament who's a member of the Georgian Labour Party, but also making a reference to the Patriot Alliance Party, which has been suspected to have been supported by the Kremlin in some way, shape, or form in these recent parliamentary elections. Now, to take a step back and to think about how this fits into disinformation, everything we've talked about so far, like where you're collecting data, what you can learn from your data, how you can use this data to achieve a political aim that you're interested in. There's nothing explicitly about disinformation that's baked into that idea. My big fear is where this world of disinformation intersects and converges with this infrastructure of personal data. We all know disinformation is bad for democracy, but what happens when that meets this infrastructure of private companies that are actually claiming to do nothing bad for democracy, but in fact making politics more efficient? What happens when the information that we're consuming is not only highly personalized, but also false and automated? And I think that it's places like Georgia where I fear this becoming a big problem, where there is an established history of disinformation campaigns, but also this sort of budding technology industry as well. I'm going to play just a short clip from one of the election observers from the recent parliamentary elections in Georgia, and here we go.
The elections were competitive and overall fundamental freedoms were respected. Nevertheless, pervasive allegations of pressure on voters, and blurring of the line between the ruling party and the state reduced public confidence in some aspects of the process.
She just said blurring of the line between the state and the ruling party, and she's talking about events like this one. So here we see from an event at which the Prime Minister and the Secretary General of Georgia attended. And what's interesting about this is just a photo from that event, is that here they are campaigning on behalf of the Georgian Dream Party, but they're at a site, they're at a construction site for a kindergarten that's actually being funded by the state. And this is an example of the distinction between the ruling party and the government, those lines being blurred. In a healthy democracy, the ruling party just occupies the seat of power, the seat of the government temporarily. But it's events like this. Transparency International actually identified 24 of such events just by the Georgian Dream Party during the election campaigning phase before these parliamentary elections in Georgia. And even though this is an analog example, you can imagine how when data enters the picture, this becomes a really tricky problem. Even having information on just voters' phone numbers and which voters are older could allow you to just run a robocalling campaign to advertise to them or to declare to them the incorrect voting date, for instance. Actually, this is a case that my colleagues and I found in Canada. We found a robocall-driven voter suppression campaign. And I think this case is interesting because it's a prime example of where this line could be blurred and how the state can abuse its exclusive access to data. And ultimately how data-driven technologies pose a risk to our democracies. Of course, there are democratic benefits to be gleaned, but also there are risks as well. And I think that's important because ultimately we're holding these elections to decide what kinds of societies we want to live in, and ultimately what kind of democracies, strong or weak, liberal or illiberal, we wish to live in as well. Thank you so much for your time, and I'll be happy to take any questions at the end. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Applause indeed. If we had a full audience here, we would be hearing very loud applause. Thank you so much for the detailed presentation. I have lots of questions for you, but I'm sure the audience also. So we'll save those for the end. And now we need to turn to Tbilisi, actually, to hear from our second speaker and my very, very good friend, Mihail Benidze. Mihail is just starting a new, very exciting program at the Zinc Network. He's a chief of party at the new Georgia Information Integrity program. We don't know them yet, so I think this is the first occasion when we will hear a lot about what they have planned. To Zinc Network, Mihail actually brings 10 years of election monitoring experience. He worked at the International Society for Fair Elections and Democracy, ISFAD, and during the first panel, we actually heard from Nini, who works there also now. Among those 10 years, the last four years, Mihail was in a leadership role. He was the executive director of ISFED, and he was also the one who pioneered social monitoring efforts during elections in Georgia. We're very thrilled to hear from someone who has direct knowledge about the social media landscape during some of the most recent Georgian elections. He can also tell us how Georgian civil society has risen up to the challenge and what we can expect in the coming years. So, Gamarjoba, Mihail, and over to you.
Thank you very much, Eka. I hope you guys can hear me. Thank you for the nice introduction. I'm really happy to participate in this very original, kind of really disruptive type of conference, which links up Tbilisi and Berlin, but also it happens at the same time, like online and in the studio there with all of you guys present. So I'm really happy to be on this panel, and also happy to be with some of the people that I know very well and who both colleagues and friends who we have cooperated a lot in over the last several years. So I don't bring a lot of, I don't bring actually any of the PowerPoint presentations or the slides. I'm just going to be doing a little bit more of a qualitative talk rather than kind of quantitative or even bringing examples of certain type of social media disinformation stories. But I'm happy that we've heard a lot of those in the previous panel as well, for those who were following. And so I will just be picking up some and trying to understand broader in terms of what are some of the trends that we are seeing in Georgia, which are obviously not just only relevant for Georgia. So since 2016, I think we no longer debate anywhere that social media plays an important role in politics and plays an important role in elections in general. So for a lot of people, it might feel like, why are we constantly focusing on the same issue over and over again on disinformation and misinformation in social media, and its kind of overlap with the elections and political process. I think it's still very much interesting, after the UK, after the US elections, after a few different elections which have obviously highlighted this challenge, to also look at Georgia. And why it is really interesting case study is because Georgia brings with it an interesting kind of disinformation landscape, in which we have, on one hand, domestic disinformation, as well as we have foreign country, hostile state kind of sponsored disinformation and attempt to influence the political process in the country. So in obviously Georgia is in a very interesting geostrategic location, and since the regaining of the independence since 1991, Georgia has been trying to move towards the Western institutions, and integration with the EU, with the NATO, has become a foreign policy goal for Georgia over the last 17 years. But this obviously doesn't sit very well with the Russian Federation. So we've seen like general attempt to influence Georgian society and Georgian voters included. It is not something new to Georgia, obviously, and this has been happening for a long time, including from the beginning of the 90s. Unfortunately, not only through disinformation campaigns, but through active military measures, including in 2008 with the war between Russia and Georgia. But especially since 2008, I think what we are seeing warfare from the Russian Federation, really using the soft power influences and really trying to further the propaganda messages and disinformation and misinformation and information manipulation in this country, which again, Georgia is not the only country where we see this, but Georgia, we can say that, is a bit of a test bed, and Georgians might have tasted this much earlier than many other countries, maybe in Europe, are now facing this challenge. And at the same time, we have to acknowledge that unfortunately this information is not just something that's coming from abroad in the case of Georgia. So if in many other countries primarily the focus would be foreign interference into electoral process, and whether social media capabilities are utilized for that. In the case of Georgia, very much so, this is a debate and discussion about the domestic and homegrown kind of disinformation that is quite often even more prevalent and maybe even more impactful than the Russian messages and disinformation that are, especially when we talk about the specific, if we focus on elections, which we are doing in this panel. So and unfortunately, when we talk about the homegrown disinformation attempts and operations, these are not just basically there are different actors also domestically. These are not only the actors that are aligned with the government and the ruling party, but also the actors that are aligned with the opposition parties and opposition powers. And increasingly so also we have these pro-Russian political parties and opposition parties which are also using the similar tactics. So it's really a kind of a battleground of all sorts of disinformation messages that are kind of countering each other and trying to influence the citizen opinions. So what they have in common is that they're obviously trying to influence the citizens, they're trying to influence the voter behavior, and elections obviously are a crucial point around which this disinformation, misinformation, and information manipulation usually peaks. However, the case of Georgia has shown that not only elections are obviously the peak points, and basically any political development in between elections also becomes accompanied with this huge wave of disinformation and huge wave of manipulation, especially on social media. The 2018 elections, in the previous panel, actually, Nini talked a lot about it. I'm not going to go into a lot of detail, but I think 2018 presidential election in Georgia was like a best illustration, and especially its second round was the best illustration how this all kind of came together. So we saw in 2018 a competitive presidential election in which a winner was not decided in the first round, and the first round was like very close, very similar results by two top candidates, one from the ruling party, well, one was supported by the ruling party and another one an opposition candidate. And what we saw was that in the runoff period, in just a month between the first and the second rounds, we saw that the number of pages that are spreading that were spreading disinformation and discrediting narratives has tripled in that period of time. And both of the parties or their aligned, their supported actors, their proxies were using this, but this was particularly evident on the side of the government or pro-government actors, which were really engaged in this discrediting campaigns and different type of manipulations on social media, which has started really this snowball effect. So I think starting from that second round, it's not that disinformation or this type of manipulations and discrediting campaigns didn't exist before, but that was kind of a starting point which turned into a big avalanche, which has not stopped, I think, since then. And what this really fuels on is, again, to tie in with the previous panel, in that polarization, and the polarization not only in media, but generally the polarization of the society, and really trying to exploit the genuinely existing differences between these two major political players, the ruling party and the largest opposition party. And some of the supporters really feel very strongly about it. And the whole campaigns are really aimed at amplifying those differences and really trying to fuel that polarization. And so there are different ways how these goals are achieved. The one thing that I want to also mention here is that interestingly, around that same period, we saw in the second round period, we saw that the ruling party has hired Israeli PR strategists, which were helping in this PR campaign, which then turned out to be engaged in a similar operation earlier in Austria, also in Israel, in a number of other countries. So we see that now there's this like black PR type of campaigns. This type of discrediting campaigns are in a way also an international practice that is, and a service that is offered to different actors in different countries. And I think we saw the same actor then in Ukraine in 2019 Ukrainian elections, in the presidential elections. I don't think they were super successful in that one. And that's actually a case study of its own of kind of how in that case the incumbent was not able to use this type of mechanism, but the other way around. So the challenger, Mr. Zelensky, actually really used the social media capabilities. But that's a whole different story that we can probably discuss and explore at a different case. But maybe Raphael can talk a little bit more about that and the experience that you guys have had following this. So how this works, what are some of the tactics that are used? primarily the discrediting campaigns, so trying to attack the opponent through satire, through some sort of compromising, whether visuals or texts or different type of evidences that are then either taken out of the context or in itself have some sort of controversy, and so those are aimed for at the audiences. Then there are a number of supporting pages which are, which are not officially affiliated with a political party or with a political player, but and pose as if they're independent, voices of the society, but in reality, they, in a coordinated way, in a organized manner, try to promote supporting messages to this or that political party. Then we have more deceptive forms, which are false support, which basically creating the pages or create campaigns which seem like they support political party, but in reality it serves to undermine that very political actor which it pretends to be supporting. So it will, it's a classical kind of manipulative scheme in which there will be a few posts that really are genuine and that share the same type of, or either are shared from the official campaign of an actor, or kind of share the same type of spirit, but then there will be something that is compromising or that is confusing to the actual voters and supporters of that actor, and by that type of content there is an attempt to deceive them or confuse them. And then there is false media, which was also extensively discussed by Nini earlier, so I'm not gonna go into the detail, but interestingly, exactly like 2018 election was when we saw that not these type of false media pages were not as many actually during elections, but they started growing and multiplying even after elections. So this is no longer just an election period issue, which we are seeing. And on top of so these are more like political tactics that are used. And on top of that, what we see is a constant, maybe less politically related to each and every like political or electoral development, but constant propaganda campaigns and constant kind of spread of divisive narratives which tap into more values and traditional values and try to I guess exploit the sentiments, the traditional sentiments that are in the society like Georgia, and these are really trying to push and propagate nationalistic, xenophobic, Islamophobic, homophobic content, as well as generally illiberal and anti-Western. And so there we already see, when we were talking about the Russian disinformation and propaganda, there we already see the actors, some of which are directly aligned with Russia, and we know that these organizations, have certain links with the Russian Federation, and are highly likely receiving even finances from Russia. But there are also a lot of actors which may not necessarily be directly aligned with Russia and directly connected with Russia, but they have alignment in terms of some of the values and kind of sharing the same viewpoints, and so they are themselves also kind of amplifying these messages and basically helping spread those narratives. One thing is to say is that all these kind of value-based issues and really propagating them is a way in Georgia to really push for pro-Russian agenda. So a lot that you won't see on Georgian social media, or I mean, you will see, but there will be very limited the actual openly pro-Russian content, right? A lot of this is masked more in anti-Western content, and even there's less of the openly anti-Western content, but it's more the issue of values. So attacking the West in terms of the values of multiculturalism, in terms of the values of liberal democracy, and trying to undermine those values and undermine kind of commitment to those values in the Georgian society. And what we are also seeing increasingly is that now, given that there are also difference of opinions and like new trends emerging in the Western communities, now we see that a lot of times the narrative of two Wests, alternative like Wests, are portrayed by these actors as well. So you have one liberal West, which are all these horrible people according to this narrative, which are against traditions, against values, against religion, etc. And then you have more, conservative West, and alluding to some of the challenges that we see now even within the European Union, right? In the case of Hungary or Poland, or even rise of populism in general across the world, including the United States. So we see exploiting those as being as portraying that these values, what we are propagating, these are not anti-Western values, these are also Western values, but there are like two Wests and we need to choose the sides. So what we see here is that both like political as well as these more kind of narrative-based actors are highly coordinated, highly organized. They post at the same time. They have pages that are coordinated. They use groups to spread those messages, and they use both inauthentic as well as authentic accounts to push and to artificially amplify some of these messages. So that's where we see the key problem. And the other problem that we are seeing, especially in the political kind of disinformation and information manipulation, is use of advertisement, political ads, as a way to push these messages. So there we come to the kind of platforms, right? So where is the challenge in terms of the platforms? Facebook calls this coordinated inauthentic behavior, right? This way of organized attempt to artificially push certain type of narratives. And obviously that is the key challenge, these information infrastructures, like, or disinformation infrastructures that that we see on the platforms, as well as sometimes exploiting the other capabilities on the platform, including the advertisement. And the whole other challenge, which I'm hoping Raphael will also talk about, is the algorithms, how algorithms kind of amplify some of those messages even more, and push the more controversial narratives high up in the feed. I know that we don't have a lot of time, and we will have time for the question and answer, but what I want to say is that what is happening to counter that? On one hand, we see civil society organizations in Georgia being super active, whether it's debunking, whether it's exposing, analyzing, and demonstrating how this infrastructure works, how these coordinated inauthentic networks work to influence citizen behavior, as well as cooperating with the platforms like Facebook on takedowns, on third-party fact-checking initiatives. And we heard from Tamar earlier, also in the first panel, which was who was talking about this. Georgian civil society was super active to bring the advertisement transparency measures in Georgia, the same ones that are effective, that were effective in other countries as well by Facebook. We are happy that they are now this ad transparency tools are available also in Georgia. It's great that there is also increased response from Facebook. We saw, I think, 5 takedowns focused on Georgia over the last couple of years, and we saw many of those assets which were connected to pro-government or pro-opposition or pro-Russian actors were taken down. But what we don't see is a coherent strategic government response, and the response of the agencies like strategic communication units, which are in different ministries, but it doesn't feel like there is a coherent strategic response to disinformation. There is also more that needs to be done in terms of the media literacy. Again, state response there is very much necessary, and civil societies cannot only do that. But what is outstanding, and I'm going to just stop there, is So on one hand, what we know is that there is flourishing disinformation. What we think we know is that disinformation affects societies and it has impact. What we don't know is what is that impact, how much of that impact, and how much of it is actually, how much of this disinformation is actually changing people's behaviors and how they act. And in the cases where when it is effective, when the disinformation is effective, why is it effective, right? What are some of the experiences of the regular citizens, of the vulnerable audiences that make it possible that some of those narratives actually make sense, some of those narratives resonate and then affect the audiences. So that's where our project comes. So the Zinc Network and the Georgia Information Integrity Program really over the next 5 years, which started just in September, but over the next 5 years, what we are going to do is we're going to really look into the audiences. We're going to understand what is the audience behavior, why certain narratives are resonating, is the disinformation actually making impact, and what is that impact, and very much critically looking also to the civil society. Is the civil society, and are those great products that the civil society are creating, are those actually making impact as well? And then based on that knowledge, how we can make a better impact, how we can engage different parts of the society in tackling this challenge, and not just civil society or not just media or not just separate actors. I'm happy to elaborate on this further into the questions, but I know that we are out of time, and I don't want to take too much of Raphael's time in the next intervention.
So much, Michael. Very thought-provoking talk. We'll pick up on many of the things that you started talking about, I'm sure, during the Q&A. And here again, I would encourage our audience to ask their questions in the chat. Our third and final speaker, Raphael Schmutziger-Goldzweig, comes from Brazil. His interest in digital electoral campaigns peaked during the US presidential election of 2016, at the time when he was studying at the Hertie School of Governance here in Berlin, where we also met and became friends. He started with analyzing the patterns of Twitter used by the populist politicians in the US, France, and Germany, and since then has been studying, collecting evidence and working to understand that evidence on how social media impacts elections all around the world, as well as the democratic discourse. He's doing that in his role as the research coordinator at Democracy Reporting International here in Berlin as well. Well, Raphael is perfectly familiar with the Georgian context and can comment on many of the things that we're talking about today. It's better if we hear from Raphael about the trends that he and his colleagues have observed elsewhere. So take it away, Raphael.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Eka. Is it working? Yeah. And thanks for the Disruption Lab for this invitation and the event. It's highly relevant, and I'm very happy to share the panel with Varoon and Misha as well. I didn't actually get on purpose so much in the Georgian context because I know the work that Misha did there, and actually the discussions we had influenced a lot of our thinking. And in the past, we collaborated in a few projects, so I think it's interesting for me to actually take the step back in a way and show this global perspective, because when we talk about disinformation in social media, we talk about a global problem that everybody was aware. If someone was doubting that this was a problem, COVID-19 showed to everyone that this was really a global challenge that everyone had to deal with. And because it's a global problem, we need to have a global understanding, the nuances in each country, and what are the possible solutions to tackle this at scale. And I will try to end on a positive note, showing how I see the solution to this question moving forward, which goes a lot in line with what Misha mentioned. But I think it's important to depart from what Varoon presented, that this is an industry and it became a business model to some extent. So I think it's interesting that we take all this knowledge into consideration before thinking about the solutions. And as Eka mentioned, I work for Democracy Reporting International, which is an organization that deals with traditional aspects of democracy, constitutional building, support to parliaments, and observation of elections. And in the past 3 years, the digital sphere presented more and more a challenge for electoral integrity around the world. So the digital democracy portfolio from DRI was actually structured more or less 3 years ago, and we departed from a perspective that we wanted to mainstream social media observation into electoral observation, because electoral observation exists already around the world to look into the rights of candidates and parties, and to look at like how media covers candidates, and in a way, social media was a black box. Nobody knew what was happening there. And we started like doing these exercises about like how to monitor social media, what type of data do we need to do that, how can we mainstream this activity so that more and more organizations and actors around the world can do this work. So we departed from this perspective, and we moved over the past years to establish connections, networks, and trainings on this issue. And over the past year, we have been involved in discussions about two pieces of legislation at the EU level, which is the Digital Services Act and the European Democracy Action Plan, which come as a response to this role of tech companies in this new infrastructure of disinformation and influence. So in a way, I will like touch upon a few of these points and learnings of over the past 3 years in my presentation. Yeah, good. So here's a few of the outputs that we have. As I said, we have the yellow guide with Misha was part of the discussions when we had this discussion about how to create a methodology to monitor this online space. But we look also about the political implications. So at the EU level, in the context of the European parliamentary elections, there was a code of practice against disinformation. So the first official response from the EU side on how to deal with this type of content. So we critically assessed that. And we are also looking forward. So in a way, we have in our portfolio how new technologies and different ways of manipulating public perception can be used in the future. And that's the role of artificial intelligence, with Misha mentioned, with the role of algorithms, but also on the content creation side of things. Everybody learned about deep fakes and artificial intelligence creating content, so we also look forward. I think that's an interesting way for us to show how we see this problem. And lastly, this is one of the few products that we actually launched in partnership with Forset and a Georgian NGO, and it's actually a toolkit to monitor social media, which we aim to kind of like bring more people and more organizations on board to actually learn how to do that and bring more evidence to this debate, which is basically the base that we believe that policymaking should be done. So understanding what's happening around the world so that we actually can bring and shed light to this phenomenon. Our portfolio includes more than 10 countries, but this is some of them that we looked in 2019. And we monitor several different aspects, from disinformation to traditional electoral coverage, but also hate speech online and the role of political advertising in this whole infrastructure. So by bringing this evidence, and I will show only 4 of these cases, we can understand what is global in this problem and what is specific to some of the countries, and how should we approach that in terms of the response, like who's responsible for what in turning the online space more free and fair space for political discussion, especially around elections. So with that experience, we really had a few learnings, and I think that's what I try to bring, like this global perspective here. Like Misha mentioned, the Georgian election and the report from ISFAD in 2018 really showed this very well, also with visualizations, that networks that aim to influence elections, they become very active around electoral periods, because it's very clear what's at stake. Like elections, you have seats at stake, you know, you want to push a candidate. Varoon really showed very well like this infrastructure around testing different messages, and so official and unofficial actors are very active around elections. There is a lot of money flowing to this type of campaign, so of course we will see this activity of networks trying to influence political behavior, be it legally or illegally or in the gray zone, because there is no law ruling on that. It's very active around electoral periods. They tend to kind of reduce in intensity after elections are over, but the point here is that those networks, official and unofficial, they exist throughout the year across platforms, so Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, so they are really out there to actually influence political behavior around the clock. So when we talk about elections, it's one specific moment, but we have to bear in mind that this goes beyond this time. And this is more or less a visual representation of what I meant. Like if we imagine that this graphic shows number of posts or even interactions, we can see that approaching to electoral periods and a bit before, we see an intense activity of those networks. But of course, they are there also to respond to other political big events or disasters. And as I mentioned, COVID was one of those events that we really witnessed a spike in disinformation. But in moments of like terrorist attacks or like the burning of the Notre Dame Cathedral, all those political events generate a lot of polarization on social media. And that's important to understand that we shouldn't only look at solutions that would deal with this problem around elections, because most of the times they are there to reinforce polarized narratives. So yeah, as I mentioned, and I think elections are the tip of the iceberg when it comes to this phenomena. And the type of narratives and manipulation attempts that we see around election periods are very much in line with messages trying to suppress votes, to question electoral integrity, saying that the elections were rigged, like we could witness right now with the US elections. We also see attacks between candidates. They might be legal or they might be undercovered and shared by false pages, and really trying to polarize this electoral environment. But beyond that, we have to understand that this online space is actually influence people's values and beliefs over time. So I think polarization, in the case of Georgia and in my home country, Brazil, I think we see that some of those narratives really push polarization over time, which can have influence, for example, and effects on this growing political apathy that we are seeing around the world. So it's really a matter of like taking care of this phenomena over time. And I think ultimately we talk about worldviews because as much as you can just play with people's values and beliefs, we are witnessing right now an increase in beliefs on conspiracy theories and really like discrediting scientific evidence that like 5 years before we didn't believe that people would actually, that those ideas would actually come to the mainstream. And I think this is, we have to see this as something that like adds over time. So of course you're being witnessed with this narratives, and at some point you end up believing in conspiracy theories. And the problem is that it pushes people outside of the democratic discussion. If we don't agree with a baseline of facts, we cannot discuss ideas in politics. So that's actually something that ultimately it's a problem that we see with this whole phenomena going forward. So I will show you very quick inputs from our evidence around the world so that we can think about like, okay, what's happening in Georgia? It's like a lot of the elements that Misha mentioned, we also witness around the world with our research. And some of the things, as I mentioned, are very similar in each country, and others are quite particular, but it gives some food for thought for us to understand exactly how disinformation campaigns are playing a role. And I think in a way we looked at the infrastructure and why this is happening, but like here's more or less exactly the strategies and the ways in which this takes place. So Myanmar is a very interesting case. If people follow this debate, Myanmar was a country where in 2017 a genocide happened against the Rohingya, a Muslim minority in the country. And the question with Myanmar is that, of course, this problem predates social media, but back then Facebook got a huge increase in spike in users, and the content that was shared on social media in Myanmar was not properly moderated and not properly taken care of. And the UN fact-finding mission pointed out to the role of Facebook in facilitating or giving space to malicious actors or even the military in power to actually spread hateful narratives on social media for a few months. So Myanmar became this big case study when we talk about human rights and the role of social media. And we have an office in Myanmar dealing with different other aspects of democratic transition. And we did a long project looking into social media manipulation in the country, and more recently in the elections that took place in November 2020. So the key findings that I present to you are very recent, but we are about to also launch a final report on the what we observed in the elections. But what is interesting to mention is that disinformation in Myanmar was mainly pushed by these junk news sites, gossip and celebrity pages. So we really observed pages that had an intention of like sharing, you know, entertainment content, but approaching elections or moments of high political discussion, they turn and shared political content every now and then that were presenting in inconsistencies or were false. It's very difficult to say whether there is an official political purpose behind that, or if they are financially motivated, because most of the times some of the websites, they create clickbaiting content so that they attract more users. So it's very difficult for us to understand exactly the reason behind, but whenever we analyze this, we can have an idea if they're consistently pushing for some narratives, or if they are just doing political content every now and then to get some audience. But what we observed that this content was actually pushed by pages on Facebook specifically created to discuss topics of national security and internal conflicts in the country. So really those pages were either thematic, talking about those issues, or they were very unclear, like pages that shared recipes or music pages or like meme pages. So it was really an infrastructure that many times they also share this type of content in a coordinated manner, as Misha mentioned about this coordinated inauthentic behavior. So you don't know who's behind the pages, but you know that this message is being pushed consistently through different pages. We also observed the role of government pages and political party pages in spreading positive narratives about the leader of the country, Aung San Suu Kyi, when she went to defend the country against genocide accusations at the International Court of Justice. So this was also interesting to understand that the coordination happened with official pages from parties and the government, and we didn't observe a very strong participation in the online debate from civil society organizations. So it's really an interesting, kind of finding that we saw that those official pages were actually having a lot of voice, but civil society organizations not so much. We also saw COVID-19 health misinformation being used against minorities, and the role of groups on Facebook really being important to push this type of narratives. Sri Lanka was quite interesting because it's also a country that has a lot of nuances when it comes to hate speech being used on social media. And we also saw the same trend of gossip and celebrity pages sharing this type of content on social media, but also false pages pushing for content, nationalist content and hateful content. In most times in our analysis, we saw them actually receiving more attention than political pages from parties, candidates, and even official media pages, which was quite worrisome in some cases. Yeah, we observed also the discriminatory languages and language in this case. And in fact, Facebook actually apologized for their role in Sri Lanka and Myanmar for both of those cases of hateful content being shared, and that they stepped up, really bringing up more monitoring and solutions to the recent elections. An interesting fact that we also observed in Sri Lanka, but Tunisia was more of a case, is that when monitoring elections in 2019, we realized that this whole campaign environment was full of official and unofficial pages pushing for messages, but was interesting to see that unofficial pages actually were running political advertising. So they were earning money to push for ideas between different candidates. And basically those pages were allowed to run ads in the campaign silence period, which is this moment where you cannot campaign on social media. And it was interesting that this happened also in Sri Lanka, is that even those pages on social media, even official pages, were also running ads in moments where the Electoral Commission mentioned that it was not legal to do so, which really showed the fact that, like, even when laws exist, they are sometimes not respected in this campaign environment. So this was something that is important to take into consideration if we think about laws, is that enforcement is a big part of it, and it so far has proven very difficult to do in different countries around the world. And lastly, I like to bring the case of Pakistan, because we looked into not only Facebook but Twitter as well, understanding, and we saw that pages actually casting doubts on the electoral process were mainly created 2 months ahead of the elections. So we really saw that there was an agenda behind discrediting the electoral process. And we took a gender perspective on Pakistan and really looked into the fact that female candidates were being much more harassed than male candidates, and whenever they were compared between the two groups, we saw that female candidates were harassed using derogatory terms and sexist approaches, whereas male candidates were much more questioned on their political integrity. So really showing nuances that some groups might be more affected than others when we're talking about like electoral influence and defamation on social media in those processes. So this is a bit of like this around the world. It just took you a bit very quickly around the world with some evidence, but just to show that social media, I think that some messages should stick to this evidence that I presented, is that social media is a very big and unlimited space and very dynamic. So it's very difficult for us to understand exactly what's happening there. So the more transparency we have and the more people monitoring, the better for us to understand what is happening and what solutions we can actually bring to the table. And I think this global perspective is important because, as Varoon mentioned, sometimes we take a very US-centric approach and many times European approach, but not bringing those elements from a global perspective to the table is very, it doesn't cover all the problems and it doesn't cover the solutions that we actually have to bring to the table. So, and a solution is not very easy. So it's not easy, there is not one single way of dealing with this, and I will quickly show what can we do with that. Like, so if it's a black box, if it's very difficult to monitor, what can we do to solve this problem? So my main aspect is that this problem has different elements. So it can go from technical aspects from the platform designs to elements that actually push messages at scale, such as advertising or bots in this space, to content-related challenges, which relates to disinformation and hate speech. So all of them have different solutions and approaches that can be brought to the table by different actors. So what I want to emphasize is that there is no silver bullet to this problem, and that this is inherently a multi-stakeholder responsibility. So Misha mentioned the role of civil society. Tech companies are often there to provide some of solutions, and governments also have a role. I'm not going to get into detail about each solution because we have time to discuss in the Q&A. But in all, I think governments have the responsibility or should have a role in actually providing more transparency and making accountability from the side of tech companies something more mainstream. So really, we need to have access to data. We need to have a bigger understanding of what's happening in this environment, and governments have the role in actually asking for these transparency elements to be put in place. Civil society has also a role of watchdog, both about what tech companies are doing and also what governments are doing, because governments often can step the boundaries and create laws that actually can harm civil society and freedom of expression. So civil society is a core element to hold into account both actors in this dynamic. And tech companies, they need to create products and solutions, provide data to researchers and transparency. But more than anything, they need to actually enforce their community standards and bring a systematic approach to takedowns on those coordinated networks and actually bringing really showing that they actually include applying their community standards in the way that they describe them. Because if you read the community standards, you see that a lot of what's happening right now, it's not allowed by platforms, but enforcement, again, is the problem. So I will leave it here. I have the example about the European discussions on that, but maybe we can just have a discussion later. Otherwise, I think I will run a bit out of time. Thank you.
Thank you, Rafael, for taking us all over the world, indeed, and all those examples. We'll come back to a discussion on how to design the most effective approaches and hear about the experience in the European Union as well, in Brussels. But before that, I want to come back to Varoon. So both Misha and Rafa were talking about the role of civil society, increased awareness, around misinformation and disinformation on social media during elections or outside of the elections. Can you speak to what that means in the context of, so for example, Cambridge Analytica scandal, to which you also referred, has really opened the eyes of a lot of the people around the world who perhaps may have not been interested so much in studying this issue as much as you guys were before, didn't have a professional interest. Did that translate? Do we know if that translated into increased digital literacy, and whether or not that matters, and how much is the industry also getting smarter the more aware we become?
Yeah, definitely. I think you know, one of the things that makes working on this issue so challenging is that I feel like sort of responsibilities have just been shifted into this giant circle of dependencies. So I feel like, on the one hand, many of us voters are just so quick to click I agree to any products and services we use online, trusting that our interests and our data is going to be handled properly and appropriately by legislative authorities. Lawmakers, on the other hand, are making laws that are often very vulnerable to technological circumvention. Misha mentioned earlier, to just kind of these more kind of mischievous or sort of misleading kind of tactics of employing things like satire to continue doing what you're trying to do. So I think lawmakers are in this position of trying to make laws that then companies can find ways to circumvent. Companies, on the other hand, I've talked to many venture capitalists about their interests in trying to adhere to more respectable privacy and security standards. They seem reluctant to impose any restrictions on their budding portfolio companies, and then the companies at the end are just saying, well, we're just doing what our users want us to do. So it's created this frustrating web of dependencies, I think, because at the end of the day, that's translated to a public cost. Who's paying for the ways in which our democracies are being undermined by technology? Well, ultimately, it's us voters. But it's all not bad news, because I think, Cambridge Analytica has had some benefits. One of the things that I think is good about it, things like the social dilemma being widely viewed, I think these are a bit more of the public conscience. I think that too much of the focus, in my opinion, is on how effective are these technologies, and not enough of the focus is on, regardless of how effective or ineffective something like psychometric profiling is, at the end of the day, what does that reveal about the intentions of someone seeking political power? And I think it underscores the central fact that the solution to this problem is obviously going to require a lot of engagement from civil society, but it's really a multi-pronged effort. I think that civil society, we need to work on digital literacy efforts for voters. I think there's a big component involved with that. I think, secondly, companies do need to be designing products and services that are more conscious of these issues, and lawmakers as well. Obviously, we need a lot of legislative interventions, and as Rafa just mentioned, I think the legislative interventions that make sense in Georgia might be very different from the ones that make sense here in Germany.
Thank you. Let's turn to Misha again. So Misha, in your conversation, in your talk, you were making references to the first panel, to the conversation that the conference that we had earlier in the morning. Can you talk a little bit about the direction of the relationship between polarization and misinformation and disinformation on social media? Would you say that misinformation and disinformation on social media mirrors the political divisions and social divisions in our societies, or is it the other way around? Can you speak a little bit about the relationship?
Sure. My impression is that, of course, there is an existing existing polarization in the society, which is in a way reflected in social media. That's something that we cannot deny. But at the same time, I feel like the conversations on social media are a bit more narrow context. Sorry, I'm really hearing my echo back, so I'm slowing down a little bit. So the social media usually, in my opinion, more amplifies this polarization rather than that necessarily mirrors what's going on in the society. So we are already in the context where social media is obviously quite widespread. But in the countries like Georgia, we have to keep in mind that not everyone has access to the internet. And then of those who do have access to the internet, they are not necessarily on social media platforms. And even if they are, I think the ones that are engaging in this conversation and kind of driving the polarization further are the ones that are feeling a bit more on the extreme sides, and that they feel like they have to express themselves. So the next panel will be talking about the hate speech, and I think especially that's really relevant in that context. I think the people are really radical in the case, are really vocal if they are really radical, right? And sometimes it also often, a lot of people who do not share that same opinion feel a bit, do not feel comfortable to express a different opinion, to challenge that radical idea, because they feel like they're gonna get attacked, right? So it also suppresses some of the conversation. So I don't think like the polarized discussion on social media is necessarily reflecting the reality, but it's definitely amplifying that, especially as Rafa mentioned. The same we have seen here is that those kind of unofficial pages that are pushing this type of narratives are actually paying a lot of money to spread those messages, to spread that discrediting campaign further. So there is certainly an organized attempt to make it look like this polarization is much larger. But one thing that we have to be aware about and to keep in mind is that the discussion on social media often affects the discussion than in mainstream media, and this is also something that was mentioned by Nata earlier in the first panel, in which she mentioned how traditional media sometimes picks up the social media posts of different people as if it's a fact, and then that has its own way of influencing much larger society and really kind of driving that polarization further up. So I feel like it's hard to give you a definitive answer. That's again something that we need to research further, and I feel like a lot of this, especially when it comes to Georgia, I'm talking about the Georgia context, is that there's a lot of things that we assume we know, but we need to have more conclusive data on that, on those issues, and that's really something that's missing, and we hope to kind of fill that gap moving forward. But that's kind of my impression of what I can give you as a response to that question.
Thank you. Well, what do you? We heard a lot of country examples from you, Rafa, but we haven't heard about your home country, Brazil, which is another very interesting case study, right? So, how would you? How do you feel? Polarization and disinformation happens in the Brazilian context, and what is perhaps maybe the relationship of the two, between the two in your home country?
Yeah, it's definitely. Maybe I don't speak a lot about Brazil because I get depressed when I do so, but yeah, I think like this societal polarization and what I have been witnessing in the past years in Brazil has always been like this. It's this question that goes hand in hand. Does like social media play a role in increasing polarization, or is this a societal phenomena? Which I think it's both. Like we cannot say that like it's one or the other, much like in Georgia. And I think it's interesting to see like, you remember my thesis was about, I compared 4 countries and 12 candidates in 4 different countries to see how they were campaigning on Twitter. And basically my findings were that the radical language of populist candidates were the ones that actually received more attention on Twitter across different political contexts, which means that sensationalistic content and very strong opinions and sometimes hate really benefits from the system where sensationalized content gets more attention, because that's how algorithms and social media work. And I think this was very much the case in Brazil. And it is worth noting that Bolsonaro got elected in Brazil, and his campaign was the cheapest one in history, if I'm not mistaken. Also, he didn't have any time on television at all because his party was so small and did not represented, so that he didn't have space on television, and he didn't have a lot of money in his campaign, and he ended up winning against all the traditional odds, which per se is not a bad thing, because if we're talking about digital forms of communication, reducing the costs of campaigns, electoral campaigns, which is such a big problem around the world, that is a positive trace. But like, if this is done through mechanisms that actually push for division, polarization, and hate, that might not be the case that we are so happy about that. So I think, again, for that example really shows that the good and the bad sides of new forms of communication, but of course, polarization is on the rise. It's difficult to say how they exactly influence because of lack of research and lack of evidence that we really need to understand a bit more. But what is true is that, as I mentioned in my presentation, we are seeing a rise in conspiracy theories and a rise in a lot of discredit about scientific knowledge. So this is something that is built over time. And if you were bombarded by those narratives over time, of course, we will lose a lot of people from this informed, fact-based discussions. And the question is, how are those networks influencing users, not only across different platforms, but also across different age groups? So we know right now that there are a lot of different platforms that influence political behavior in many senses. So you have YouTube and TikTok, who are a very video-based approach. You have Instagram, which is image. You have also Instagram stories, or you also have posts and news websites that are being shared on Facebook. So it's quite complex, and we need to understand the nuances about when are those campaigns trying to polarize society. I have a 12-year-old brother right now, and it's very funny because I get a glimpse of how it is to be young nowadays and use social media, and he actually has 16,000 followers on TikTok with dog posts, so he's not politically trying to convince anyone. But it's interesting to see how it's a change in the way we use those platforms, and we don't understand at all how political influence on the age group of my brother is being actually, I don't know what's happening on his feed, you know, like, so I think it's very important to emphasize that we need to learn much more about what's happening there to come up with better conclusions, but unfortunately it's a trend that is rising around the world.
Very young too, Rafa. I believe we have some questions from the audience. We're of course, very keen to discuss how to increase oversight and how to hold them to account, either companies or the political actors who are abusing the digital infrastructure. Hopefully, we'll get a chance to do that in the second part of the Q&A. I believe Tatiana has some questions from the audience for us.
Yes, actually, first I wanted to ask a question myself, then we can pass to the audience. Because I was really interested on the aspect that Michael was touching about the impact of disinformation. So since you are also trying to analyze and monitor that, so if you could tell us a bit more if actually disinformation is creating a real impact and how, because I remember also when there was the case of Cambridge Analytica, one of the big discussions was also how much was actually able to impact concretely. So I think if we learn the extent of this impact, we can also try to learn better what are the solutions.
That was for Michael, I think, right?
Yes. Are we collecting questions, or should I go ahead? Okay. Yeah, I think that's a great question. And there again, we do have specific evidences from across the world. And I think Varoon earlier was talking about the attempt to misinform voters about the voting date. I think this is not just an example of Canada, but I think we have seen the same thing in Brazil and in other countries. So if we look at the slide that Raphael had earlier, there are specific points of impact, whether it's on the election day itself. So there might be like a really targeted campaign to affect citizens in that kind of peak point, which is a crucial point. I think there are also then attempts and impact in a way for in this electoral period. But what's more important, I think, and where it really has impact is those values kind of and beliefs set, which happens in a broader period of time, not just during the election day. So we do have some of that research, for example, coming from periodic polls done by CRRC Georgia and NDI, public opinion polling of Georgia, in the case of Georgia, where we see that certain number of Georgian citizens, a certain percentage of Georgian citizens say that breakup of the Soviet Union maybe wasn't a good development, geopolitical development, and maybe there some people saying that maybe there are membership in the Eurasian Union or otherwise aligning with Russia is potentially a kind of a path for Georgia, while this may not be a mainstream opinion. It feels like over time instilling some of these messages about the values, about the about portraying the West negatively does impact the societies, right? But a lot of this is still, a lot of the evidences we have are still more or less anecdotal, and it's still hard to exactly measure that impact, how much of this or that disinformation piece will have an impact on the society. I think what we have to keep in mind are two things. One is, what are the vulnerabilities that the society has, and why, like, what's behind the narrative that they believe. And quite often it's usually the economic situation or some sort of specific problem that they're facing, which then is exploited by the messages that are really very much targeted. So I mean, I can bring an example, which is over the last several years, especially, we see actively anti-Turkish narratives in Georgia, and it has like different kind of dimensions. So I won't go into a lot of details, but the whole idea is basically to divert attention from the ongoing Russian occupation of the Georgian territories to Turkey, and to kind of play with the historic sentiments and historic vows of Georgian society with past Ottoman Empire's kind of dominance over some parts of the Georgian territories. And so this is very effectively instrumentalized and said that, if Russia is an occupier country, then Turkey also is, because, they historically they have taken some of the territories from Georgia. But this specific narrative is very well used and instrumentalized in an ethnic Armenian community in Georgia, in specific region, in Samtskhe-Javakheti region, in which it takes a different shape, and it now in that case plays on the again historic grievances between Armenia and Turkey, and really targets the ethnic Armenian population, saying that Georgia joining NATO will mean that Turkish military, which is also, Turkey is a member of NATO, will then have presence in the Georgia territories in this region where there is a military base, and so that will be, affecting your daily lives as an Armenian community. And this, there are certain things that this type of especially Russian propaganda and disinformation is really tapping into. And we have to see what are those vulnerabilities, what are the lived experiences of people who are sometimes exposed to this disinformation, and then how we can address those challenges, which are reality, nurturing and providing the fertile ground for that impact of disinformation. I'm not sure if I answered it, but it's my long way of answering that question, Tatiana.
Questions from the audience? I think Lieke is prepared to share some.
Yes, so there was one question, also kind of a statement, and it's quite a big question, so maybe you could answer it briefly since we don't have too much time. But this person would like to know from you, what do you think we must do to prevent fake news in media and also social media like Facebook? And then this person wrote that he feels that the government must also do something against it, for example, regulations, because it seems like social media platforms won't ever make any real action against it.
Quickly answer to that. It's very complex and I didn't show, but right now there are these two pieces of legislation on the European context. Digital Services Act and the European Democracy Action Plan, they are actually being launched in December, the first drafts. And the question, so far, dealing with those challenges of hate speech online and disinformation has been dealt with by voluntary codes of conduct and codes of practice. Those codes basically pushed for more transparency in the way that tech companies were actually dealing with this type of content. But as the name says, it's voluntary. So basically, the lesson learned from those two codes is that the EU is seeing a few areas in which they want to regulate. And my personal perspective is that regulation should push a lot to the side of transparency and accountability. So basically showing what data needs to be shared with civil society and researchers for us to understand this field a bit more, what are the internal processes and actions that tech companies are taking to counter this problem, and shed more light on this aspect so that we create more societal accountability. I think it's very difficult for a government around the world to actually rule on the content side of things. So I particularly don't think that the government should define what's true or not, or what's true or false, or what's the line between acceptable and not acceptable speech. Because as much as this might work in a few countries around the world, legislations like this have been used to actually curtail the freedom of expression of journalists and activists. So I think it's very dangerous to go through this route of beyond transparency and accountability. So it is a challenge, and I think over time we will continue seeing this type of challenges, but it is important that a push like this is being done at the EU, because it is a group of countries, and I think this problem is much better dealt with by an international/regional approach, because a country alone cannot establish standards for a global company like Facebook, Twitter, TikTok, whatever, any other company that will show up later. And we are not seeing a lot of those pushes coming from the American government, for example, which is, if any, the government who would have any sort of like impact on that. So I believe that it's worth looking at what's happening at the EU level, and worth pushing for this legislation to really address most of these issues, because there is still time for participation before those acts are being adopted next year. So I really welcome everyone to take a look and take a part in the discussions that are happening.
That's actually a perfect segue also to something we wanted to discuss earlier with Varoon. We just heard what Brussels is doing, for example, to hold tech companies accountable or to try to regulate this sphere a bit better. How does it compare and contrast or supplement perhaps the efforts in Washington, D.C., and what do you think of that?
Yeah, I think as I was saying earlier, and I think as all of us are saying, I think we're going to need interventions on multiple fronts. You just mentioned Washington, D.C. It reminded me of when I was there a few years ago. At this point in time, there was some discussion about the Honest Ads Act. It had passed the House, but not the Senate, and it's this piece of legislation that's trying to bring more political transparency to political ads. And I was at this conference, and I was sharing a beer with a political consultant based in DC, and he was sort of saying, laughing to me, half joking really, ha ha ha, even if the Honest Ads Act passes, here are the 3 plans I have up my sleeve to do exactly what I'm doing right now, while just checking off the disclosure boxes I would need to for that new piece of legislation. And I think that's one of the big challenges here, that new legislation that's introduced, I think not only are there going to be these sort of technological workarounds and even legal workarounds. I was talking to someone recently who told me that she works at a law firm, and her big task right now is helping companies basically circumvent GDPR effectively. I think, there are going to be a lot of efforts when there's so much money at stake to sort of not obey or not respect the spirit of the law. But I think that underscores the need for legislators to, I think, understand this problem as an infrastructural problem, as a business problem, but also I think to understand which pieces of this are uniquely U.S. You know, the Democracy Action Plan that's being rolled out here in the EU. I think it's sending a sign that there is a different sort of tolerance for these sorts of issues. I was speaking to some people who work at an NGO based in New Zealand, and they were saying that even high-up-ranking members of New Zealand government see the large role that social media and tech platforms are playing in politics as too much an imposition of American values or American ways of doing things on New Zealand politics. So I think obviously the first step to solving any problem is defining the problem and acknowledging the problem, and I think that's a lot of what's going to determine the success of these interventions, is whether we can define the problem properly, and I think in advance anticipate the ways in which the solutions that are rolled out are going to be worked around.
I think we don't have that much time, but maybe one final question to Misha, if he can respond maybe in like 30, 40 seconds. What is the next step for, so like we just heard from Varoon and from Rafa as well, what's been kind of debated, some of the solutions that are being debated in the EU as well as the US, whether or not they might be effective or not. What is your take? What needs to change beyond and outside of Georgia for, what kind of changes would you like to see happen outside of Georgia in the next few years?
I mean, there was a lot of discussion already about the regulation, and I agree completely that regulation, I mean, there needs to be some sort of regulation that is going to the tech companies in broadly, and so there I think US and the EU have the power to kind of drive that discussion, and it's great that that discussion is happening or starting to take shape, yeah. But in the local level, obviously, as it was mentioned a number of times, we have to be really careful because certain type of regulations can be used exactly to curtail the freedom of speech. And also, especially when we have this kind of convergence of domestic and foreign actors trying to use similar tactics. And unfortunately, when some of the domestic actors are affiliated with the government actors, there's a high likelihood that there will be attempt to, use some of those regulations for political benefit. There has to be, as it was mentioned earlier, kind of multi-stakeholder, triangular, or even more angles relationship between the civil society, between the state institutions and the government, as well as the tech industry. And the tech industry has to be also more, I guess, aware of the local context, not only during elections. And it's great that this is starting, and this has started. But I think there needs to be a much deeper understanding of the local context, much better collaboration with these other stakeholders. And again, I agree that there is no silver bullet. We are all kind of playing a bit of a reactive role. And with the technology, the disinformation, and all the kind of ways to do this are advancing. But we have to somehow find this collaborative approach and bring different stakeholders to work together.
Way to end the conversation, actually, perfect way for wrapping up. Luckily, we all know each other. This is also evidence to how well this collaboration has already started. This is a small space. You're exchanging a lot, experiences from other countries with each other. And this will continue, obviously. So the strategizing will have to continue after this conference and in the years to come, in your new role, Misha, in your current roles, Varoon and Rafa, and Transparency International also is here to help hold the companies that we can expose as abusing their power to account. So thank you very much for a very insightful conversation. I learned a lot. I hope our audience also enjoyed it. And I believe we are handing over to Tatiana to close this session. Thank you.
Thank you, all the speakers. Thank you, Eka. It was a very important panel to have in this context. I am here just to introduce what is happening next. And of course, first I wanted to thank all of you. We will go on in around 1 hour. The next panel is at 4:30, that is 7:30 in Georgia. And the title is Hate Speech and Human Rights. So we will speak also about the form of discrimination and hate towards vulnerable people, LGBT communities and women between Georgia, and also we will have the perspective from Germany also related to hate speech. And at the end, we will connect again with the Regional Democratic Hub Caucasus that has been working with us for this conference as part of the exchange. So thank you very much, and I remind the audience to come back because there will be again the possibility to ask questions to the speakers, and thank you again for your participation.
Hello? Can you hear me?
The Disruption Network Club, and I'm very happy to introduce the last panel of our conference, Hate News versus Free Speech, that we have been curating and cooperating together with the Regional Democratic Hub Caucasus. I have here two speakers from Berlin, and two are in Georgia. And I'm happy to welcome the speakers in Georgia, Georgi Tabagari and Nino Danelia. And then also really welcome here Josephine Balloon and as moderator Azadeh Peshman. As the panel before, we are experimenting with our formats, so we will have presentations that are live streamed from Tbilisi, and also here in Berlin, we are at the Kunstquartier Bethanien. The audience is online and is following us on streaming. So you are also really welcome to interact with us and ask questions when will be the moment. There is a chat that you can find at disruptionlab.org, where you can already prepare your questions and follow us and interact with the speakers at the end. Now I would like to introduce our moderator that will introduce the speakers. Azadeh Peshman is a multilingual spoken word artist, journalist and presenter and dancer. They studied political science in Potsdam and Sao Paulo and historical urban studies in Berlin before completing a traineeship at Deutschlandradio. Azadeh works as a freelance journalist for Deutschlandfunkkultur, Zeit Online and Missy Magazine, and as a content coordinator for the podcast platform Podimo. So now I leave the word to Azadeh to introduce the panel Hate Speech and Human Rights. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the introduction. I'm Azadeh Peshman, and very glad that I'm not talking on this panel alone. Here in Berlin with me is Josephine Ballon, who's a lawyer and the legal head of Hate Aid, which is a counseling center for those who are affected by digital violence. And then in Tbilisi, we have Georgi Tabagari, who's the co-founder and the director of the Tbilisi Pride, and also a civic activist. And we have Nino Danelia, who's a head of journalism and media research at the Ilia State University, and also the founder of the Coalition for Media Advocacy, and also the founder of the women's movement in Georgia. So welcome, and I'm very happy to have you, at least digitally, here. And as Tatiana already said, we do have a live chat, so you can put all your questions in it that you want to ask the panelists. But before we get to the discussion, we will have 3 presentations of each of you. And we will start with a presentation by Georgi Tabagari, as I said, co-founder and director of the Tbilisi Pride. And he has worked for a number of local and international organizations all over Europe, mostly focusing on media, queer human rights, and EU affairs. And Georgi has gained his master's degree from the College of Europe, and his professional interests are mainly in queer human rights, the EU external relations, and the European neighborhood policy. And I'm very happy to hear your presentation right now.
Thanks. Thanks a lot. Well, it's an honor to be part of this panel, and it's also a challenge to open it because there's a lot to say, and I'm sure the other panelists will cover a lot of interesting aspects of the topic. But I will be talking mostly about the LGBTQI rights in Georgia and the perspective and the challenges that we are facing vis-a-vis to hate speech. And I would like to before moving to the actual topic, I would like also to briefly mention what is the legal situation for the LGBT people in Georgia. And if we look at the perspective that Georgia had to go through in the past decade and the path to the European integration and the legislative changes that the country had to make, according to ILGA Europe, which is an umbrella organization for LGBT QI organizations in Europe, Georgia scores somewhere in the middle, pretty much doing better off legislatively than compared to some of the EU member states when it comes to anti-discrimination legislation. And that primarily happened because of the conditionality that country had to deal with in respect of the integration to the EU and the association agreement. So because of that, the country had to adopt anti-discrimination law. And the rights of the LGBTQI people on the paper is protected better off than some of the Central and Eastern European countries even. But when it comes to the actual social situation and the social acceptance of LGBT people, we are not doing on the same scale as the legislation is in place in the country. And this also like replicates to the issue that the government of Georgia has not been doing much in terms of the positive responsibility to tackle homophobia and transphobia in the country. They've been merely, as I mentioned, the legislative changes. The criminal code has been expanded and included the sexual orientation, gender identity, as well as a hate crime law is in place now. But when it comes to sensitizing public and campaigning basically to tackle the homophobic hate speech, which is so widespread in the country, not much has been done in this direction. And that brings to the other layer of the problem, which is how the hate is generated against LGBT people in Georgia. And when I'm saying this, we have to keep in mind that among all the identity groups and minority groups that are being targeted, particularly queer community and Armenian community are probably the most, the Armenophobia and homophobia is the strongest in the presence of in Georgia when it comes to like the media, like how it's covered or what language has been used in the political context over the past years. And a lot of this hate has been generated by church, because I want to touch upon the involvement, like what are the stakeholders who are mainly involved in this. And in Georgia's context, we have three main stakeholders that I would like to identify. This is church, which is primarily involved due to the value and due to the norms that it represents, the Georgian Orthodox Church. Then we have the government, which is responsible primarily for the conduct of the law and how the human rights are protected and what languages are used against the minority groups. And then we have the media. And all these three groups had very different dynamics in the past years. If we saw some sort of progress in the perspective of the government and the public figures using hate speech, which has been in the path of reduction in the past years, the church has been steadily in the front line of spreading hateful language towards minority group. Church has been also they far exceeded the mere usage of hate speech, and they've been in the front line of mobilizing the hate groups, which were literally chasing after several dozens of activists in the past years when we tried to go out in street and exercise our freedom of assembly. As I mentioned, LGBTQI rights is often used to delegitimize and discredit the opponents, and the church has been using it quite well. And unfortunately, the government's response in the past years and how government was reacting on widespread hatred in the society was not very effective either. Moreover, in the past years, if we look at the trend, how the usage of fake news and hateful content proliferated in Georgian media, the government-related groups and hate groups, which were often behind these actions, were often linked to the government interest, or the media sources that were linked to the government, and or the radical groups that were somehow linked to the government. And this was the whole chain of network, which were later on being targeted by social media groups as well. The previous panelists have spoken how Facebook has been taking down the network of hateful content that has been happening in the past. And this became very organized in the past 2 years, and I was personally the victim of it. Tbilisi Pride was victim of it, and pretty much every social movement that went against government interest were targeted at some point to the different degrees of the hateful content from the social media. Now, this was both invented content, and this was as well the content that was there was a fake news, and the further generating the hateful content as a consequence. I would like to bring a few examples of Tbilisi Pride when we went public, and we tried to organize an event which was against the interest of church, against the interest of the government. From the day one when we went public with the information, we got to go through the turmoil of the series of attacks when the activists of Tbilisi Pride were targeted by fake news. Also the other movements that were involved in the activities or supporting queer rights to some degree, they were the ones also targeted by fake news. And some of these contents had thousands of shares. And then after reporting and after using all the possible platforms that we normally have on social media, that has been regenerated, and other hateful contents were coming. And this was happening pretty much in the past 2 years, and which had very negative effect on civic movement, the mental well-being of the activists, who are often blackmailed or discredited by these organized attacks. And this has been pretty much what was happening within the frame of LGBTQIA activism and the work of Tbilisi Pride in the past years. I would also like to mention the media as a key pillar within this. On a general note, like, Georgian media has been progressing steadily, and I'm sure Nino will later on talk about this, what were the trends and how Georgian media has evolved in the past 10 years in the usage of hate speech, and how internal regulations of the media institutions worked as well. And I would say that we have a bit of positive trend in this area. Well, we see less and less hateful content coming from the traditional media sources. And if we put aside the social media impact, and obviously this impact is huge, the traditional media has been showing the decrease in giving the space to or giving the space to hateful content, at least to the same level as we were facing in the past. And on the side of the politics, Georgian politics also were showing the similar trend compared to media as well. Looking at how the past election campaign went through in Georgia, like, we have a history of, in the past 20 years, when LGBTQI movement became visible in the public context, we got a lot of hateful campaigns coming from the politics, both from the ruling political parties and from the minor opposition parties. Often were pedalizing on the homophobic content, and they were trying to build their campaigns on homophobic language and homophobic sentiments. And I would say these elections, in the past elections, was the only exception when we didn't see this trend happening, and we saw positive developments in terms of, like, how political parties were reacting on the events that involved homophobic hate speech or hate crimes. and how it actually changed in terms of like the language of the politicians or the public figures when they speak about minority rights in public or the equality issues. This is the positive dynamics that we are facing in terms of politics, but obviously we need to see that in the picture, in a longer picture, because in the previous government, as the previous government has made some constitutional changes, and that also included defining marriage as a union between man and a woman. There is also not much of the issues left to campaign against LGBT rights. So that could be also part of the reason why within the past elections we didn't see that much of the homophobic content from the political groups. But hoping that this will be a positive trend that will continue in the future as well. And to finalize, and later on, I hope we'll have the space for Q&A. It's obviously a problem for the hate speech is a huge problem for the activists, for people who are being targeted, and often the bullying and the homophobic content and the hateful content that we see on social media, and our relatives and the people who know us also see the same contact. It's very hard to operate in the system when pretty much the entire society is against you, and you see this vivid hate coming from the social media platforms, which harm to the work that you do, and it harms the motivation and the mental health of the activists who are being involved in this. And the very, very alarming trend is that if you are using it very organized way against the activists and against the social movements, then normally the methods that we deploy and try to counter manage those hates that is coming so much from social media, because of the higher ethical standards that we have to carry when we work. Usually some of the methods are not being effective, and we are now in the process to all of us basically to come up with effective mechanisms that will counter this hate that is coming from the social media. And I hope this conference also is a part of this general process that we have to all do to live in a better world where less of a hate word, hate language will be used for against minority groups, against activists, and against their opponents. I will finish here. I hope I didn't take too much time, and I will look forward the Q&A session. Thanks.
Thank you so much for this insightful presentation. I'm sure that we will have a lot to talk about in the Q&A section afterwards. But we will continue with the next presentation held by Nino Danelia. And Nino is not only a professor at the Ilia State University, but also an invited professor at the Caucasus School of Journalism and Media Management, and the author of several research policy papers and handbooks on Georgian media, and has more than 15 years of experience of teaching journalism and mass communication. So I think it's very, very interesting, your angle that you have on this topic, and let's hear your presentation. The screen is yours.
Thank you very much. Thanks for giving me the opportunity to talk about the main challenges concerning hate speech, its manifestations or its effects in fragmentation and radicalization of the society, along with the due respect to freedom of expression and freedom of media. I would not share much the optimism of Georgi. However, I do agree that media itself, like journalists, improved in that direction. However, whenever they provide the floor to politicians or church representatives or far-right groups who use hate speech and hatred language, then the media itself becomes a provider of hate speech itself. I'm very sorry, I'm hearing my echo and it's a bit disruptive. Thanks a lot. So Georgian media landscape is mainly described as robust, competitive, and pluralistic, but highly polarized, with television channels being aligned with one political party or another. According to the most recent public opinion polls, television still remains the main source of news and information for the majority of the country's population, and quarters say they prefer the internet and Facebook in particular. As you can see, the Facebook is one of the most popular social networks in Georgia. 81% of the citizens using social networks say they use Facebook. That often becomes a platform for hate speech and, unfortunately, identity-based violence that I would address a bit later. So the recommendation of the Committee of the Ministers to member states, which Georgia wants to be part of on hate speech, states that the term shall be understood as covering all forms of expression which spread, incite, promote, or justify racial hatred, xenophobia, anti-Semitism, or other forms of hatred based on intolerance, including intolerance expressed by aggressive nationalism and ethnocentrism, discrimination and hostility against minorities, migrants, and people of immigrant origins. So in its case law, the European Court of Human Rights has applied the term to forms of expressions which spread, incite, promote, or justify hatred founded on intolerance, including religious intolerance and homophobic speech. And it is good to note now that not all unacceptable or offensive texts can be considered as a hate speech, because sometimes it is the case in Georgia from political parties, especially the government authorities and also the public. So accepting the need to address the hate speech and increase sensitivity of media towards the issue, the civil society organizations call to consider Georgian context and positions of all stakeholders and work towards more public good instead of limiting the freedom of expression and allowing authorities to manipulate with the directive of European Parliament and of the Council in their own political interests. So what can be and what is the local context here? The main prerequisite for tolerance between diverse groups is the country's constitution that guarantees and defends citizens' equality, freedom of speech and expression, religious and freedoms and rights. Freedom of expression is also guaranteed by the liberal media legislation in Georgia and the Constitution of Georgia. The law does consider some restrictions, though. However, it also states that the benefits gained by the restrictions must exceed the harm to freedom of expression. The Georgian National Communication Commission regulates the country's telecommunications and broadcast media. By law, the regulator is an independent regulatory body funded with licensing and regulation fees and being accountable to the president, the government, and the parliament. However, unfortunately, its practice is often criticized by media and watchdog organizations as loyal to the government and critical to free and independent media. Hate speech is not criminalized in Georgia. However, to some extent, it is regulated by the law of Georgia on broadcasting and code of conduct for broadcasters. Here we need again to stress that in countries such as Georgia with its fragile democracy, party-free media and the government who aims at regulating media content and especially the media content that is critical to government actions, regulation of hate speech by law can be a threat to media, to free media editorial independence. Why media community is so much concerned of legal regulations of hate speech? For example, in 2018, Georgia National Communication Committee has proposed amendments to law on broadcasting in order to regulate libel, defamation, false news, and hate speech. This proposition is not yet initiated in the parliament, however, still remains on the agenda and discussions might be renewed by the end of the year. Media and watchdog organizations have called the draft law vague and a threat to freedom of expression. The main argument behind this is that according to the draft law, the media content is becoming a subject of regulation. The media regulator who is accused in being loyal to the government, and possibly courts, which are also which is also a big, and the independence of the courts also is a big issue here in Georgia, instead of self-regulation as it was before. We see the Georgian government and representatives of the ruling party often express discontent with coverage of non-convenient questions of the critical media by calling them fake news producers. So we see that hate speech is very linked with the fake news in the rhetorics of Georgian ruling party. In addition, the main media regulator has an explicitly negative attitude towards media organizations whose editorial policies are critical of the government and never discuss those media outlets that spread anti-Western propaganda or hate speech. However, by law, they are obliged to do so. So by throwing the regulations of libel, false information, and hate speech in one pot are alarming. And media and civil society organizations are concerned that these amendments will allow the committee to pressure the critical media and limit freedom of expression. However, the field of professionals wish the professional standard of media content to improve, and they see the opportunity strengthening the standards and ethical norms of Georgian media in strong, independent, self-regulatory mechanisms and professional training and education of journalists, and not in regulation outside of media systems, because then it can become the intervention into the editorial independence of media. So I would cite very briefly the article of Georgian Charter of Journalistic Ethics. The article says that the charter says that journalists must under the danger of encouraging discrimination on the part of the media. Therefore, they must exert every effort to avoid discrimination of any person on the basis of race, sex, sexual orientation, language, religion, political and other national or social origin or any other grounds. So any individual, including state authorities, politicians, church representatives, everyone can appeal if they see the violation of any of these norms in media, and the charter will discuss and provide the opinion whether the charter the ethical standard was violated or not. And this is very important to move in that direction of strengthening the self-regulation mechanism instead of giving more leverages and to the state authorities, which are not well grounded in democracy and understanding of freedom of media in general. In most of the cases, the hate speech that can cause fragmentation and radicalization of the society and even violence, and some examples of it, is identity-based violence. So identity-based violence, as Ferguson noted, violence based on hatred against an individual or a group for their identity perceived by the perpetrator. Extremists also includes not only activities, but also beliefs and attitudes that support or use such violence in order to strengthen its political or religious beliefs. Such behavior characterizes anti-liberal groups in Georgia, sometimes identified as ultra-radical groups who deny the very idea of equality and perceive equality as a threat to their own dominant ethno-nationalistic identities. This is the reason why they try to present equality as a deviation from the norm and try to marginalize and expulse minorities from the public sphere and thus retain their dominance. So as Ralph Sockman have noted in his very famous statement, the test of courage comes when we are in the minority, and the test of tolerance comes when we are in the majority. And unfortunately, this is true for Georgia. Also, I would provide some examples when anti-liberal groups merged in one of the main districts, where many restaurants are owned and ran by Turks or Arabs, and they called the demonstration a Georgia March and demanded the deportation of immigrants, toughening the immigration law, imposing restrictions on granting residence to foreigners, and banning foreign funding to civil society organizations, saying that civil society organizations, by defending human rights and freedom of speech, are agents of Western foundations and in the Western states. The same far-right groups burned LGBTQ flag during the Georgia-Belarus football game and verbally assaulted Guram Kashia, the captain of Georgian national team, who was the first ever recipient of the Equal Games Award from Europe's Football Association. He was given the honor after wearing a rainbow armband at a game for his team in Holland as part of a league-wide anti-homophobia campaign. This armband became reason of an organized attacks from the far-right groups largely covered by traditional and social media. One more example is the physical assault against a journalist, prominent political talk show anchor, when he made a joke and had mentioned Jesus Christ in that context. They said the journalist has insulted religious feelings, and this notion of insulting religious feelings is something that is heavily used and distributed among not only church and far-right groups, but also the ruling party representatives who express more conservative and religious feelings. And they wanted even to include this notion in the law, but fortunately, with the help of activists, freedom advocates, and in general human rights activists, now we don't have this law, and the amendment was not discussed and translated into the law. So what is interesting for us is that these groups have certain links to Russia, and our previous panelist Misha Benidze discussed very well what are the links and how that to Russia with the help of local civil society organizations and also the recent research done by Facebook, who find out these links and try to shut down the Facebook pages who were distributing hatred. And as I say, this hatred is very often linked to the fake news. As we see, the Kremlin uses information and communication channels and spreads disinformation and propaganda. And social media can be one good platforms for type of disinformation, I would say. The fact that I'm not covering hate speech used against the candidates and parties during the elections, it is still worth mentioning that recent parliament and presidential campaigns were accompanied with the mobilization of online and offline hate speech campaigns against states, and tried to gain more using xenophobic, especially Turkophobic, homophobic, integration, and anti-Islam expressions. However, it is worth noting again that 2020 campaign was less, less hatred, or used less hate speech against their opponents than it was in the previous presidential and parliamentary elections. And civil society organizations are very closely following the process, and they call the state authorities and politicians to stop using hate speech in their public speeches, because it may facilitate to incitement or justification of hatred founded on intolerance and identity-based violence that can rise the society even more. And we see the tendency that whenever public officials start to use the hate speech in certain group, then the next step is this trolls and bots are very much organized on the Facebook and trying to attack those political parties or civil movements or individuals, including journalists, and repeat the same rhetoric as the government is, or not only government, in general, state authorities are offering. So this is something that we need to take care of. And summarize the presentation, a few civil society organizations and media organizations worked towards tackling hate speech and trying to conducting activities to promote media literacy and educational programs. Media Advocacy Coalition is still concerned that the government agency's strategic efforts to raise public awareness on perils of propaganda and disinformation seem still weak. What is more alarming, the government institutions, together with politicians, seem to interpret genuine threats by choosing to challenge critical and independent media as alleged sources of disinformation. This reinforces public distrust into the media outlets. I do still believe that civil society is more than a concern for how to pursue democratic government. It takes a broader approach to social life that is based on social and cultural inclusion and solidarity, despite all of our differences, as a chance, meaningful participation and respect of our individual personalities, while giving us the feeling that we are all in the same boat, and media should provide us this united platform of public discussions and free speech by hate speech, not only because it is prohibited somewhere in the law, but because of their accountability to the public and because of high professional standards and high ethical norms. I will now and leave ground for questions. I could not cover a lot of things, including, for instance, hate speech that is used hugely, heavily against and especially from the church representatives and far-right groups who still are trying to, the very, very like heavy case when they still try to find the reason in femicide. And very often journalists are following this trend and trying to ask questions regarding what might be the reason of the femicide, of killing the female by his ex-husband or husband, boyfriend, and was it something this woman was misbehaving herself, or was she see with other men flirting, and etc. and etc. So, but I think that I will try to address all these issues during our Q&A session. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much. I know that there's a lot of things that probably you could also cover, but I think we have some time for that in the part after the presentations, and we can definitely talk about that. Now, adding to Georgia, we will now continue with the German perspective on all of this, and Josephine Ballon, who's a lawyer, can add the legal perspective to this topic. She has studied at the University Potsdam Law, and followed by the legal clerkship, and she was also part of the no hate speech movement in Germany, and also part of a video series which was called Are We Allowed to Do That?, where she explained what kind of criminal offenses are relevant regarding online hate speech, and that's probably the most important part, how to take action against it. Josephine was also this year invited as an expert to the legal committee of the German Bundestag and commented on the planned amendments to the Network Enforcement Act and also to the draft law on combating right-wing extremism and hate crime.
Thank you. So I brought a visual presentation with me and tried to give you now an overview of the situation when it comes to hate speech in Germany. And also I will give you some facts and numbers in the end of the situation of journalists in Germany. I just learned that the situation with hate speech is not so much different from that in Georgia. So we are experiencing the same problems and phenomena, but on the other hand, we have a very strong regulation on platform and social media services, and that's why I think that our legal perspective is completely different than it is in Georgia. So let's start with the presentation. So I will start with some general facts. We know from recent studies, and the most important one was published only last year. It was a nationwide study that showed that 78% of internet users already witnessed hate speech on the internet. So this is already a lot, and it shows us how normal hate speech on the internet and especially on social media has become. And on the other hand, when you look at young adults, they are the most affected group, of course, because they are using social media a lot, much more than elderly people. 17% of them have already been a victim themselves of hate speech, which is 1/5 and almost, and already a lot. So we also see that this hate which is spread online is not only some sad single cases. We see that it's a whole strategy. We see that the hate is spread effectively by very few people, and that the effects are tremendous. And with effects, I mean that there are very few people spreading the hate, but they're doing this in a very organized way. We already heard that people are organizing on the internet to spread the hate. And we know also from studies that when you take a look at the example of Facebook, from the people who are engaging in the commentary sections, it's only 5% of them who are responsible for almost 50% of the likes on the hateful content. That shows us that not everybody has gone crazy and is coming home after work to spread hate for fun. We see that there are very organized groups, and they are doing this on purpose, and they know about the effects they create. And we also know which groups are spreading this hate. So what I'm showing you here is symbols of far right-wing extremist groups in Germany. We know Reconquista Germanica. We also know the identitary movement, which is originally coming from Austria. And we also know that they learned their tactics from the alt-right movement in the US. We also know this by numbers. We know that from the Federal Police Department in Germany in 2019, more than 70% of the reported hate crimes and hate comments on the internet were executed by far-right movements, or at least the Federal Department of Police saw a connection to them. So why is this effect a threat to our democracy and to our whole society? This is not because I want to create some drama to my presentation, but because it's true, unfortunately. Because what this spread of hate creates is not only that those who are affected by it directly are intimidated, and they are maybe put out of the public debate on certain social topics. We are all intimidated by this, and this works already, which we also know from the data, is that 54% of the internet users are already scared to express their political opinion on the internet. And this is not because they have become a victim themselves, but it's because they are afraid to become a victim. This is more than half of the people, and I think this shows how dramatic those effects are already, and how worrying this must be to everybody of us, because when we are not allowed to express our political opinion, or we do not dare to express our political opinion because we are afraid of the consequences, and we know that if we experience the consequences of it, we won't find some help, or we won't find protection of this, then the internet is not a safe space for both sides anymore, and we only have freedom of speech for one party, the one who's very organized and doing this on purpose. That's why we have a threat to our whole democracy here, and it's very important to do something about it. So that's why Hate Aid is trying to fill this gap. We are not only giving counseling to those who are affected, so they can reach out to us, and we try to stabilize them emotionally and give them first aid in the first place, but also to teach them on cybersecurity, how to protect my data, how to protect my profiles, and also to give them input when it comes to communicate them and how to handle those experiences they have and what options they have. On the other hand, we try to bring the perpetrators to justice, because we are very convinced of the fact that only deleting illegal content is not enough. If deletion is the only thing that the perpetrators have to fear, then we won't experience any change in the public debate. And we also won't be able to reverse the shift of the public debate. We saw since 2015 when the so-called refugee crisis began and the public debate shifted towards the right, which I just showed you. So we are convinced that it's necessary to use all the legal options we have, and in Germany we have quite a lot of legal options. We have options to make the platforms delete illegal content. We have a law which is saying so. It's called the Network Enforcement Act. We are still trying to improve it, but it's the situation we have right now is the first step in the right direction, you can say. And on the other hand, we are encouraging those affected by online hate speech to pursue also their personality rights directly towards the perpetrators. This is also very important to us. On the other hand, we also try to create public awareness, not only in civil society, but also in front of public service, and especially law enforcement. For us, it's very important to reach out also to those people who are responsible for tackling this problem from a legal side, because we think that it's necessary to work together and not only to blame the other side for making mistakes. So thank you for your attention. I will promise you some details on the situation of journalists, which is actually not in this presentation. I don't know why. Just give me a second to find it. Okay, just let me sum it up without the explicit numbers. I can tell you that the situation in Germany for journalists has become equally, or has equally worsened. As I just explained now, they are equally affected by those right-wing groups I was just talking about, because they are trying to intimidate journalists. Especially because, as we all know, they have a very important role in our democracy, and they are very important for giving information to society. And we all know the discussion about fake news. We have the same here in Germany. It's called Lügenpresse, slightly different, but it also has the same effects and the same meaning. This is a huge problem. We see that journalists are very threatened on social media, and most of them experience the threats on social media, but also via email or personal messages. And they are not only receiving hate speech and criticism, which might be completely okay, but they are also receiving serious death threats, which is a problem, and many of them feel already threatened. And many journalists already do not dare to comment on certain topics, as is maybe the refugee topics or migration in general, because they know what will happen if they use their clear name for covering such topics. So this is a situation we are looking at with worries, but we also see that some action is taken already. We know that some German journalists are already supported by their media agencies or yeah, whatever they're working for, and trying to be supported yeah, from a legal perspective. We also try to do this job because we think it's very important for journalists that they are able to cover any topics which are important for our society. And we also know that from this shift in the public debate, which I was just talking about, the shift towards the right, it's also having consequences on the whole public debate, since journalists are looking very closely at which topics are interested on which topics must be covered because they are of interest. And so when you take a look at, for instance, Twitter, where it's very easy to get a topic into the trending, the most trending tweets, because we don't have that many active users in Germany, then we see that those yeah, right-wing hashtags are put there very easily in the trending topics, and so we already know that the public media will also cover those topics because it's obviously of public interest. And yeah, this must be possible again, and it must also be possible for journalists to do this in a very safe way that is protecting their rights. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation. To the very last point that you just came up with, as a fellow journalist, I also follow this whole debate and discussion how reporting has changed, that there are some certain, especially if you look like me in Germany, I would never report from a demonstration of the AfD, which is the right-wing party in Germany, without having security around me, probably.
Oh, I'm already muted, sorry.
Yeah, but there's something else that I would like to talk about, and that's something that apparently Germany and Georgia have in common, and that's the topic of fake news. Georgi, in your presentation, you said that fake news are a big problem in Georgia too, and also the homophobic content that's put out. I would like to know if there's a correlation between that, or a connection, let's say. Is the fake news that's out there, does it contain homophobic content, let's say?
Well, thanks for this opportunity so I can clarify on that. Yes, the answer is in the past 2 years, from what I've been observing. Well, usually in the context of Georgia, but it also applies to the countries where, for instance, Russia has the foreign policy interest, and the anti-propaganda law usually applies to the area where Russia's sphere of interest operates, and Georgia falls under this as well. So if you can imagine, often discrediting the idea of West, or discrediting the idea of European Union, and the values that these countries are carrying when they operate in the country's context like Georgia. The easiest way often to target the opponents, the activists, the politicians, is to use the homophobic the narrative, the base. And often you would see like heterosexual activists who have nothing to do with the LGBTQI movement being painted in rainbow colors. I remember vividly, like, some of my friends, and often this is one of the ways. If you are allegedly like spreading the word that somebody is being either supporter or representative of the queer community, this instantly translates into a wider hatred that you will be targeted by the public. That means that you are sort of like linked to this group, and often it's used to like sort of undermine the idea and the wider cause that usually these people are serving. I'll remember like one example also from my personal experience. Like Tbilisi Pride coincided with the protest that took place in Tbilisi in June, and this was one of the wider protests that were happening in the past 2 years. And like, for instance, like when we had to call off the events of Tbilisi Pride, and when we went to the protest just to support, because we were supporting the cause itself, they tried to undermine the idea of the protest by basically spreading the news that you know, the LGBTQI activists are there, like Tbilisi Pride joined the protest, and often that also like is affiliated to the people who are linked to this movement. And as I mentioned earlier, it's very much interlinked. I think Nino can also maybe elaborate on that link that we have within the fake news and hate speech. But fake news is often used to generate the reactions of hate, and this is like the primary link that we have, the hateful content and the fake news. Thanks. I'll finish here.
All right. Nino, do you want to add on that?
Yes, just very few sentences. It needs to be more researched, but what is very obvious, which is on the surface, somehow the hate speech, fake news, and the topic of Russian occupation are intervened and linked very tightly to one another. Georgi mentioned the protest and the anti-occupation movement in Tbilisi. And I remember that exactly because that was the day of when Tbilisi Pride was scheduled, some of the protesters, including me, we just tried to use this day and express our solidarity. So we put the flag of Tbilisi, of LGBTQ movement, and we took the flag, hold it, and took the photo by expressing our solidarity to Tbilisi Pride while being at anti-occupation movement. And this photo is my most shared one, with a very much offensive quotes, and all these anti-occupation movement members, they were offended by saying that we are the biggest supporters of gay rights in Georgia. And even there was one day, it was 8th of August, when Georgian March somehow surrounded the activists, and we had to be there whole night surrounded by Georgian March, saying that they need to kill us, or like try to make us to leave the country, etc., because we represent the LGBT rights. And they were trying to pray to like seeing the I don't know how to say exactly the church songs and etc. So, and from that perspective, like what is the Russia using? So how the propaganda works? It's not something that is invented from Russian side, but it used the local elements or disagreements between societal groups, and so looking at the perspective that far right groups and anti-liberal groups are itself strong enough in Georgia to try to influence public opinion. Russian propaganda, and including their like fake news strategies, communication strategies, are using this radicalization in order to make more fragmented society, and especially to try to assault and attack those groups who are very strongly supporting Georgia's Euro-Atlantic orientation and human rights, accusing them and Europe itself of being the main defender of gay rights, including, I don't know, every imaginable aspect of that, whatever they're saying. For example, one of the politicians who is strongly linked to Russian political interest even said that some of the European countries even had in legislation that incest is very lawful and welcomed in Europe, and that family values mean nothing, and etc. and etc. So this is something that these groups are using by inventing false informations, attacking the values and value systems, and this is that we should somehow resist, but not by laws. And again, I'm not against laws. I'm against the laws in the case where government is not very strong in democracy and democratic practices, and also courts are not independent. So we have many these problems that cannot help democracy to develop. So in this case, we need to put the burden more on the self-regulation, education, media literacy, like more on the side of the society itself. However, I do understand that those main pillars, as Georgi mentioned, heavily influence the public opinion formation.
Now, talking about self-regulation that you just mentioned, Nino, you also said in your presentation that for media broadcasters, they don't really, there's not a law of not spreading hate speech, but there is like a code of conduct. So if people don't follow, if journalists or media broadcasters don't follow this conduct, are there any effects? I mean, are there sanctions, anything?
There are not sanctions from the perspective of the government, or as I've said, this hate speech is not criminalized. So the only thing is that they are perceived as unethical, as violating ethical standard, bad professionals, not quality journalists. And if we are talking about journalists and especially professional media who want to be qualitative, to have high quality standards, they don't want to be associated with media which is violating these ethical codes. And I would say that in last years the Charter of Ethics became stronger, and not only like activists and human rights activists and advocacy groups try to appeal, but also, for instance, Tbilisi mayor have appealed to the charter. Several journalists are trying to find if there was any violation of the charter. So it is not, despite the fact that it's not fining or firing a journalist, still it creates between the community, media community, it creates quite a face, or somehow the name of being a good journalist. That's, yes, sometimes journalists do think that they want to be good journalists. So.
All right. In Germany, as far as I know, Josephine, you can correct me if I'm wrong there, but I think we don't have a law of against hate speech. So basically, it's legal to have people on your television channel or at your radio station spreading hate speech, I guess. Do we need a code of conduct here in Germany?
So I think we have journalistic standards in Germany, so journalists have to stick to those, but they are not applicable to social media and to user-generated content. They are not assessed by those journalistic standards. So when somebody attacks you on social media or on TV, on YouTube or wherever, then of course there are rights to prohibit this. So if it is a criminal offense, then it can be pursued as such. And on the other hand, we also have a very strong personality right compared to other countries. So that means when you are defamed or insulted, you have the possibility to go after the person himself and to do something about it. This is a possibility, and for social media platforms and other platforms who make it possible to publish user-generated content in a very broad way, then we have the Network Enforcement Act. This is obliging the platforms to make it happen that illegal content which is reported to them is deleted after 24 hours or 1 week. It depends on how illegal the content is, to say it in a very easy way. Then they are obliged to do so, and there are also sanctions if they do systematic violations of this rule, not for a single violation, but for systematic ones who are visible for the authority, you can say. So when I report to the authority, it's not enough in a single case, but if many cases are reported, then there might be consequences.
Time, there has been a lot of criticism with this Network Enforcement Act, and what would you say? I mean, are the platforms always deleting everything after 24 hours or after 1 week? Is this really happening?
No, it's not happening in every case. Of course, there are always cases that you have to fight about. But in general, we can say that our Network Enforcement Act is a very good first step. So it's a first try to do something about it. It's the first and so far the only law in Europe which is enforced like this. So there were other tries, but they were then unconstitutional, or they just have been installed there for like 1 week ago. And so we can say that from our experience, which we have, is very valuable also for other countries and for Europe as a whole. And on the other hand, of course, there was criticism, because there is always the problem that we might harm freedom of speech the other way around, and that there are consequences which were not intended by the law. But we can see that so far from the evaluation, we don't see those very bad consequences for freedom of speech. And also that there are improvements planned to be enforced right now. And they will make it possible to appeal content decisions, and they will just give more rights to the users to maybe reverse wrong decisions which might affect their freedom of speech.
Now, talking about hate speech, the platforms such as Facebook, Twitter, Instagram are usually criticized. And also, I think, Nino, you just said it in your presentation that over 80% of the people in Georgia use Facebook, and this is the most popular social network. How do you see it from your perspective from Georgia? Are other platforms doing enough in order to prevent hate speech or to moderate it, maybe?
Thanks for the question. As we see in recent elections, the Facebook is taking very well care of hate speech and fake news during the election period, pre-election period, and the election day, and they are very well working and cooperating with local non-governmental organizations who are analyzing the social platforms and looking at the social pages of media and user-generated content, and then they ban and shut down those pages. But in between the elections, there is nothing happening. So, and public opinion is generally forming or developing during those periods. So I think that more should be done. And first of all, the cooperation between local civil society organizations, especially working on hate speech, and I'm mentioning all the time these things together because they're very strongly connected, interconnected with each other. So, and whenever or give them possibility to ban or cancel those pages. I understand that this is very, very dangerous area because again, I'm a fan of really free speech and free space for public debate, but we need to take in mind that though this kind of information with attacking people who differ from the dominant groups and offend them, insult them with hate speech, this deteriorates public opinion. This is not something that helps public opinion or helps free and healthy and fair public debate. So this is why I think that on one hand, Facebook and all these techno or companies, or how to address them, need to be more attentive what's going on in their platforms regarding hate speech and fake news in between the elections. And on the other side, we need to work with public in order to make them more media literate, right? And start only with trainings, which is not bad, it's very good, but have more systemic approach to that, starting from the kindergarten, school, universities, colleges. So the whole this lifelong learning experience, how people can identify who is well-sourced, credible, trusted source of information, which kind of not only the information as we're talking on Facebook platforms as well, which is harmful or offensive, and why it is offensive. So I think that more money and attention should be paid to education from that perspective, and this will lead for more educated society on one hand, and definitely we need to address individual cases of hate speech in the Facebook, since it is really one of the most used platform in Georgia. And I think not only in Georgia, I think in many other countries.
So, for example, just let's put it like that. Nino, you are, and sorry, not Nino, Georgi, you are affected by hate speech and get a lot of comments on Facebook, for example. Is there an organization such as Hate Aid in Georgia where you can go to, like a counseling center where you can get some help?
Well, I mean, do you mean like psychological help or the help regarding reporting the case, etc.?
Both, actually. So psychological counseling and also law enforcement, if it's possible.
Sure. Well, well, to be honest, like I am I mean, not only me, but everyone who is involved in queer activism or being openly LGBTQI in Georgia has been through some sort of hate, whether that comes from offline life or online life. If you try to be vocal about the issues that you would like to speak, definitely we're gonna get some hate, and this hate can vary, like how public you are about this. I personally got used to that. What is the most problematic, and it's harmful to the level of misinformation. To me personally, like hate, because the debate between hate speech and free speech is very. I've been following it for really long, and I'm still not decided what is the best for the society. Ideally, ideally the education base and self-awareness of the citizens not to use harmful language is the best. But like, how do we get there? This is a problem, and well, in our case, in Georgia lately, as Nino has mentioned and Misha in the previous panel, we have like growing number of pages that has been taken down by Facebook. And as it has been mentioned, Facebook is the major platform where political communication is happening in Georgia, like for the locals. I mean, we are Twitter as well, but Twitter is like for internet, like most of the Georgians that are tweeting in English, because this is our means to reach out the international audience, embassies, and communicate with the world. But when it comes to like local debates, it's always Facebook. And I'm very happy that lately there has been several platforms and we got the direct link to Facebook. So it's not just if it's a very organized on activist or on or an organization or the cause. Normally we try to self-organize ourselves. We try to report it as a group. There are like several groups on Facebook where usually people try to report it. We try to reach out the our our connections throughout different means to Facebook, and this has been effective for the past elections that we've had. And I think the standards is improving when it comes to social media. It's just I mean, I also do not expect it to be perfect to the level that every hateful content will be deleted instantly, because this is unimaginable, and we won't be able to at by any means. But if there is an organized attack, then I think there are some leverages that we can employ to tackle the issue in some sort of effective way.
May I intervene a couple of sentences and I think Georgi would agree that the society also is trying to be more attentive to speech, because as soon as they see that any state authority or commercial organization or a far-right group posts something that is offensive to any group, Facebook users start to comment, to react, to do something to let the company or the state authority or the far-right groups know that they were not agreeing with them and they are not discontent whatever they are doing. So this, or I would say at some point we are organized. I think the Facebook community, I can quite understand that it can be just our bubbles, but still we see the organized reaction to the hate speech. And I think that this is something very good, because it creates, at least at some part of the society, it creates the taste that something is unacceptable, something is bad, something is that we should not tolerate, and we should not be silenced, but we should talk and react and try to help other groups to give them voices if they are honest. And so in that perspective, I'm optimistic, because this year was better than previous years from that direction.
Well, at least one thing that was good this year, I guess. Thanks to COVID-19, this is an interactive event, and I hope that we have some questions on the internet.
Yes, we do. This is were several smaller questions, but I think I can ask them all in one since they're quite related. So general question for all the panelists, like what do you think needs to be done? So solution-wise, what should we be pushing for? And then is there any value in considering fake news and hate speech and their crossover when we're working together on solutions? And specifically for Georgi in this sense, what can people do to support LGBTQI activists in Georgia?
Georgi, maybe you can answer to the question that's directed at you, and then afterwards you can all answer to the more general one.
Yeah, I will start with the correlation. I do think there is a link, and link is so strong that and there more or less there is the same response that can be effective towards this, because the effect the joint work needs to be sort of like you can't one of it, like if you are not addressing the other. It's both, like goes to the education and the awareness raising of the public. How do we address the widespread hateful language, and at the same time how do we tackle the fake news, because these are like two different to the same things. And like social media platforms are probably the most effective, as I mentioned, because they're getting direct link and raising also their awareness that we need to have effective mechanisms on place to operate faster. And because a lot of things, once the damage is done, it's really hard to get it back. Because if there is a hateful content for several days already on social media, then if you take it down after several days, the damage is done, and there is not much that you can do about this, whether it concerns on a hateful content or the fake news. It's the same. And as regards to LGBT activists and support, usually quite big international support and Pride network is quite full of solidarity and support. And I think when is going to be the next events of Tbilisi Pride, or if you're following our work on social media, there is a lot of ways that you can help out. Not the activists, but the community, because like we are more or less empowered. We don't really need help to the same level as generally the cause that we are working for. Yeah.
All right. And then we had a more general question on solutions, and maybe you can ask the question again, the more general one from the internet, because I'm not sure I said it right.
Yeah, so solution-wise, what should we be pushing for? So what needs to be done? Maybe what's most important to be done first, and then specifically for Georgi, what people can do to support activists there in Georgia and LGBTQ rights.
All right, then let's take this more general question, starting with Josefina.
Okay, so I was already talking about solutions a lot today. So I think we can say in general that time for self-regulation of online social media is over. So they have proven that they are not able to handle this problem. And I also think that they are not willing to, because when you look at the interests, they are very colliding on this topic, because social media platforms are interested in traffic and in interaction. And what creates interaction, it's the most emotional language and the most hateful language sometimes. And so they have no national and economical interests in putting down hate speech. And so maybe this is one of the reasons why we have this problem and why it worsened over the time. And we can also say that in Europe, time for self-regulation will be over, because the European Union is working on the Digital Services Act, and this will be very important for all European countries, as it will conclude on what to do about illegal content, but also I know that they are taking a very close look at misinformation. With misinformation from a legal point of view, you often have the problem that it's not illegal to spread a lie. Only under certain aspects it can be legal, when it's spreading lies and like defaming certain groups, or asking to be violent against certain groups, then it can be illegal. But only a simple lie is not, and so you can't tackle this very easy from a legal point of view. But we are very eager and looking towards Europe and see what they are thinking about, also to regulate the spread of misinformation.
All right, Nino, maybe you can continue on the solution part.
Thanks. I would say that slightly I'm not agreeing with the previous speaker, not only because I disagree in her approach to self-regulation and regulation, but because we are from the different countries. Like Germany is much better doing from the perspective of democracy, and government is much better doing from the perspective of the democracy than Georgia's government is. So still, I would say that for the solution of Georgia and countries like Georgia with fragile democracy, it's better to implement properly the existing laws. For instance, in Georgia, it's law on broadcasting and code of conduct for broadcast, because they do regulate the hateful content. As for social media, I think that we should find out the way, as for traditional media, how to filter social media platforms without violating free speech, because, as I've mentioned, all kinds of regulations will somehow result in seeing critical government content, because we do have examples. For instance, in Azerbaijan, 2 bloggers were imprisoned just because they used the picture of the caricature in their blogs of Aliyev, who is the ruler of the country. So this might happen in such cases, and it is very, very dangerous for us to do so. And also we need to, again, as I've mentioned, educate public from the kindergarten age in order to help them to understand what is the harm of hate speech and how they should distinguish credible information from false information. And here we also to create, not create, but understand the barriers between misinformation and disinformation, not try to go back where kind of opinion was filtered, regulated, whichever opinion was Soviet Unionist Party. It's not bearable in a modern democracy. So to look closer separately in countries, because experience of Germany is different from the experience of Georgia, and I would be very forced to represent more democratic country, but I'm not.
All right. You emphasized the part of education and said that you just said education is very important, so people can, you know, see the difference between misinformation, between information based on facts. But don't you think, in the age of the internet, we all have the access to information, and you know, basically everyone could educate him or herself or themselves?
No. Unfortunately not because yes, we do have access to information, skills how we should educate ourselves, and skills how we should find the tools or tactics or strategies, how to distinguish false information from each other is weak, because as I mentioned, our government itself is very often on purpose mixing these words and trying to melt them down and throw it in one pot in order to first cause the public loyalty, because public very often dislikes the hate speech or disinformation, and on the second, to control the critical opinion. So this is something that we really need to understand, because as we all here agree that hate speech is not something only belongs to high journalist standards or high media standards. It affects lives really, and not only like people attacked are becoming sad or worried, but their lives are sometimes endangered. So we do understand the risks of experiencing hate speech, but still we again have to understand the risks, what happens to the country or to the society where critical is silenced. And we do not by no means to say that hate speech is critical opinion. Never. So we need to talk about that and much, and try to work with regulators, law enforcement agencies, again, educational institutions, and to have this multi-dimensional approach to the problem. Georgia is not alone. Many European countries are fight disinformation, but what I think is that Georgia is slightly in a different place here, like other countries, again, with not established institutions, independent courts, not accountable government, and partly free media organizations.
All right, thank you so much. I would actually like to talk more with all of you about all these subjects, and I'm pretty sure that we would have a lot of more things to cover, but unfortunately we're running out of time, so I need to end all this here and say thank you to you two in Tbilisi, Nino Delania and Georgi Tabagari, and thank you, Josefina Ballon, and also, of course, thank you to the Disruption Network Lab for having us here.
Thanks a lot.
Also, I wanted to thank you from my side. Thanks a lot for your contribution. Unfortunately, we were not able to have you here in Berlin, but we hope to have the possibility also to do more next year, and finally invite everybody that was speaking also to have a real physical event all together. And thank you for coming and this great moderation and also presentation. And now we are also going to officially close the conference. So I will invite here the co-director of the Disruption Lab, Lieke Ploeger, and thank you. Then you are also free to go on the public side, otherwise it's too much time for you to be on stage. Thank you. And we are now at the final moment of this conference and also of our project together with the Regional Democratic Hub. And we hope to go on next year. We are also already preparing another application together. First, I wanted to thank Maya Talakhadze for the great work that we did together. But before passing the word to her, I also want to pass it to Lieke, that is going to introduce what is happening tomorrow.
Yeah, so tomorrow it's time for the final event of our collaborative project of this year, which is the workshop Anatomy of a Conspiracy Theory. So this workshop will be taking place online, and we will have participants from both Tbilisi and Berlin joining, as well as some people from other countries, since we're doing it online. So together with researcher and trainer Alistair Alexander, we will research and dissect several conspiracy theories from all around the world and try to understand what makes them work and why they spread so fast, but also how we can diminish their power and encourage fact-based narratives to challenge them. So this will be taking place tomorrow. If you're not signed up for the workshop, we will also record this talk and we will upload it to our YouTube archive later on.
Yes, I also wanted to add that if you are interested more in the subject of misinformation and hate speech, in 2018 we did a whole-year program about these topics that was called Misinformation Ecosystems. This was divided in two conferences. The first was called Hate News, that has been also the inspiration to the current conference, and the second was called Infiltration, in which we were also analyzing the form of right-wing extremism in Germany and globally. So all these conferences are online. You can find them on our website and YouTube channel that you can access to disruptionlab.org. And now we also want to give the final thanks to Maya Talakhadze and the Regional Democratic Hub, and I will pass the word to her.
Many thanks. Thank you, Tatiana, one more time. And it is almost the end of the project. It is time of many thanks to different people, I suppose. From our side, one more time, I would like to thank to German Federal Foreign Office, our partner organization Disruption Network Lab, and my colleagues who worked so hard in order to get the positive results for the project. I will go a bit in detail, and namely, I would like to thank a lot to Mariam Guazava, who was coordinating the project, Nana Dzvelishvili for the public relations, for communication of all the stakeholders, Ketevan and Natia Dzvelishvili, project assistants, who worked a lot for the trainings and for tomorrow's workshop, and Tam Tachelaya, a director of the organization. This is all from our side, and I would like to thank you one more time for all of you who were participated today's conference. Also, special thanks to the participants who were participated in the trainings, and they also will take will also take participation tomorrow for the workshop. And I hope you mentioned our planned project for 2021, and I hope we will have the possibility to work together again. Yes, many thanks one more time, and yeah, now floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and we will meet online tomorrow again. So this workshop is not live stream, but we will be record the introduction. So also if people want to know more about the genesis and anatomy of conspiracy theories, then they can watch the video later. And thank you again, Maya. And now is also the time to thank in detail our team. And since this is also the last conference of the year, that was actually an intense year. We did a lot of work, a lot of events. We want to take some more time to thank properly the people that have been doing this journey with us. So we want to start with Elena Velianowska. Yes, and Elena, you should actually come here, surprise. Elena is our senior project manager that has been working a lot with all the production of this conference. And really, thank you for the amazing work that you did for this conference, for all the conferences this year, and also for the Disruptive Friday. So thanks, like we can see her face for a second. Thank you, Elena. And then we would like to call here Nada Baker, that has also been working with us for a very long time now, in the production as well. You can come up a second. So Nada also takes care of the communication with all the speakers and also is running together with Lieke the community program. Thank you, Nada. Then we have the master of our graphic and animation, Jonas Franchi. So that receive a big applause. Thank you, Jonas. So thank you for your great work. You can see behind us part of his artworks and all the graphic image of the Disruption Lab is thanks to him, and also the animations, the flyers, all the beautiful colors that we always provide. Thank you, Jonas. And then we have our new addition that we are very proud of. It's really wonderful work that she has been doing with all the social media and communication, Halanna Travers. Please come here. She has been working with us for the last 2 conferences. Come a second here on stage, don't run away. Yes. Thank you, Alanna, for your great work. And then finally, the last flowers go to Claudia Trapp, that has been also working with us for the last 2 conferences. Also surprise. For the press, thank you for your work for the press. And now we also want to we want to thank with all our heart, I think for today is enough. For sure, the streaming Boiling Heads, Ranav Adhikari, that has been working the whole year, doing a really wonderful job. Thank you, Ranav. And the video crew that has been with us from the very first day of 2015, Gonzalo, Gabriel, and Angel, and Felicia Scheurecker for the photography, thank you. And Elizabeth Enke, that has also been with us from the very beginning of the Disruption Lab, working with the sounds. And Francesco Mancori, that also works with the lights and has been also supporting the technology for a lot of conferences. And Sorten Otken for the technology support. And Lauren De Carli, that has been working with us for doing all the report of our conferences also since the very start of the Disruption Lab. And then finally, thank you, Lieke, for your great work as co-director.
Thank you, Tatiana.
And so we meet tomorrow with the people that have been registering to the workshop, but this is our last conference of 2020, and we will go on next year. We have, again, another program of many conferences and events. The first one will be in March 2021, and the topic will be about whistleblowing in the healthcare sector, so very actual topic. Thank you very much, and all the best.
Thank you so much.